Good afternoon. We have a quorum of members present this afternoon, and the New York City Board of Correction, May 13th, 2025 meeting is now in session. Before I begin, I'd just like to ask board members, with respect to your mics when speaking, if you can pull the microphone in front of you. And to have the mic on, it's the I, and off is the 0. So if you're not speaking, please have the mic on 0 as off, and pull the mic so that your comments could be noted for future reference. At this time, I'd like to introduce our new board member before we move forward. Before we move to the approval of the agenda, I want to begin by introducing our newest board member, Dr. Lauren Stossel. On April 11th, 2025, the New York City Council appointed Dr. Stossel as a member of the board to serve the remainder of an unexpired 6-year term. Dr. Lauren Stossel is a licensed clinical and forensic psychiatrist with nearly 10 years of experience working with people involved in the criminal legal system. She received a Bachelor's of Arts from Wesleyan University and then completed medical school at Mount Sinai School of Medicine. She completed her residency training in psychiatry at Weill Cornell and a fellowship in forensic psychiatry at NYU. In 2018, she began working at Rikers as a supervising psychiatrist on a specialized housing unit for individuals with serious mental illness who commit violent infractions in the jail setting. She worked in the New York City jail system for 6 years in a variety of capacities, including as a senior psychiatrist in general population clinics and specialty therapeutic units for seriously mentally ill patients. Director of Psychiatric Education, Medical Director of Mental Health, and most recently as Chief of Mental Health. Since her departure from Correctional Health Services in 2023, she has been teaching about correctional psychiatry in a variety of settings and completing forensic evaluations as a contractor for BPG Psychological Services, PLLC. Our areas of expertise include diagnostic and mitigation evaluation, competence to proceed with adjudication, criminal responsibility, extreme emotional disturbance, violence risk assessment, and mental health related damages. In 2024, Dr. Stossel also piloted a clinic focused on ambitious psychotherapy for patients with chronic psychotic disorders at Kings County Hospital, where she works part-time as an attending psychiatrist. Welcome to the board, Dr. Stossel. Thank you. Would you like to make a few remarks, Dr. Stossel?
Sure. Thank you so much, Chair Sampson, and all of you for, it's really an honor to be here, and I look forward to working with you all to make the jails safer and more humane. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we proceed with the remaining agenda, we just had the Deputy Mayor for Security, Cash Daltrey, in the room. He is scheduled to speak, so I would like to hold this moment for the Deputy Mayor. Yes, sir.
While we're waiting, add 2 items to
We will hold that till after the deputy mayor remarks, and then we'll approve the agenda. We'll go on as scheduled from that point. Okay?
she's not here.
It'll be one moment. Okay? Okay, we will continue now until the deputy mayor steps in and back into the room, and we will interrupt the process at that point for his remarks. Dr. Cohen, please put your mic on, Dr. Cohen.
Yes, so good afternoon, everybody. There are 2 items I think that the board should recognize or consider today. One is the appointment, the upcoming appointment by Judge Swain of a receiver type person to oversee the department. She judged that that based upon the information she has received over the past many years, that the department is not able to provide a safe environment for the people who live there or the staff, and is appointed and will appoint a receiver type person to be responsible for the jails, to report directly to her and oversee the jail. So when that person is appointed, I certainly hope that we have the opportunity to hear from them, and I think it's important for us to recognize that. The other issue which I want to have on the agenda is that the department opened a new solitary confinement unit without telling the board that they were doing this. It's a violation of our rules for the department to open up a facility without the board being priorly informed about it, and our review of the space and the program to assure that it's consistent with our rules. So that's what I wanted to say, and I'd like to have some discussion and a response from the department about why they decided they didn't think they had to let us know about that.
Okay, so is there a motion to add discussion about receivership and SMU to the agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
And could you restate your motion, Board Member Cohen, for the agenda for today's meeting?
Well, the appointment of the receiver type person, I'd like to hear the department's response to that, and that's what I'd like
Yes.
to have on
Okay.
the agenda in terms of that motion.
And regarding SMU?
Again, I would like to understand why the department set up a new restrictive housing unit without informing the board, and to describe the purpose of that unit. And I'd also like to hear from the board staff who have, I believe, visited the unit, to hear their concerns or impressions about that new unit.
Does all board members understand the motion or have questions? Board member?
Yeah, I would only note that, of course, that item Which item is it? It's already a part of the
I'm sorry.
agenda, the discussion
Oh, okay.
of SMU. So I think it's really
Okay, that's not
unnecessary
necessary. I
to
agree.
add it to the agenda when it's already a part of the agenda.
I agree. I didn't know that.
Is it friendly to remove that from the motion for the, this
Yes.
motion? And so we're only talking about the receivership,
Yeah.
adding. Any questions on discussion from the department on receivership being added to the agenda? And I just want to note for the record that this order was just released this morning, from my understanding. And I think the department and I think our staff is literally just starting to go through it. Yeah, I understand that the commissioners is heavily involved in reviewing it at this moment. So I just like to caution that the relevance of information just may not be there at this time. Go ahead, Dr.
Well,
Cole.
I believe that the order didn't come out of nowhere. The order followed extensive discussions, I believe, between the department and legal aid and the judge. So it's not a new item that nobody knows anything about. The department has been aware that this is going to happen, has negotiated tried to negotiate the aspects of it. I just want to hear their.
Yeah, I think an order is an order, though. Yeah, I don't think it's what transpired before. It's the order that is relevant to any discussion. So, but we can take a vote to move forward or to not move forward as an agenda item. So, all in favor of amended to add receivership to the agenda by show of hands? And it is passed. We will add receivership discussion for the department. Is someone from the department here prepared to discuss the receivership? Not at this time. I just want to make sure. Thank you, Council. Okay, will a board member now move for a vote to approve the May 13th, 2025 meeting agenda as amended?
So moved.
Will it be a second?
Second,
Does any member have edits or comments on the agenda? There being none, all in favor of approving the May 13th, 2025 agenda? Say yes, or yay.
yes.
Any opposed? The agenda is approved. Our second order of business is a vote on the draft minutes for the March 11th, 2025 board meeting, which board members have received. Will a board member move for a vote to approve the March 11th, 2025 board meeting minutes?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, does any member have edits or comments on the minutes? All in favor of approving the March 11th, 2025 board meeting minutes? Please say yes
Yes.
Yes.
or nay. Hearing no objection, they are approved and duly ratified. PIC public comments. Yeah, we're at that part of the agenda. We will now hear pre-recorded anonymous public comment from people in custody. I believe there are 6 comments.
Closed captioning is provided for viewer convenience. However, the accuracy of machine-generated captions may vary based on audio quality and speaker cadence. The Board of Correction does not guarantee the accuracy or completeness of the captions. To ensure the safety and protection of individuals using the people in custody comment line, names and inmate numbers have been withheld.
Good morning, everybody. My name OBCC. Well, first I'm gonna start with medical. Okay. Medical conditions here are very bad. You don't want to take your medical appointment or the call. They don't set you up. I was supposed to see the surgeon in December. They never can pick me up. go see the surgeon again in February, then they come get me. I was a neurologist in September, December, and February, and they come pick me up. And when you ask about it, they say, no, it's somebody that's taking down state to take the West facility. It's very bad. As far as the drug addictions, we barely get any rec up here. You know, cleaning supplies, officers are sleeping on boats. It's very bad. You got cold food they serve it, and everybody, all they say is code 301, code 301. And then when code 301, so obviously investigates it, and nothing gets done. But medical services, a guy died here not too long ago, and I was in NYC in the summer, and the guy went to medical, they checked his bag, and he died an hour later, right on the floor. Now, I have medical conditions, and I'm having medical problems. I can't even get medical. They close the jail down. And then we call people, report people, and nobody comes to help. Thank you very much. Okay, bye.
The caller has hung up.
Yes, how you doing? My name. And I'm calling concerned about the food they give us right here, because I couldn't that I'm not a vegetarian, and they keep giving me some vegetarian treats, you know what I'm saying? It used to be 3 times a week now, and it is less, I think, 4 times a week. Last time they told me that they get me out of that, put me off the regular time, you know what I'm saying? And they didn't get me out of nothing, put me out of nothing, you know what I'm saying? Because there's something that they say, you know, the regular food anyway is veggie food. I ask them to give me something halal or give me the juice concentrate, you know, if they feed us veggies. Talking about like in the past, people used to get obese and get big. That's the reason, and they have like made lawsuits. So that was the reason why now they give people veggie food, you know? It's just common sense. Like, would you like to be in jail, you will get weight, you know what I'm saying? So I don't want to be right here losing weight. So I want them to give me something, like give me another tray while they're feeding veggie food. Because most of the time, no one is eating this food anyway. They told me in the rush, and no one want to talk about it. But me, I'm tired to eat that stuff. So I have to do something about it. Thank you.
The caller has hung up.
Hello, my name is. I was making a complaint about, basically, we have barely any phones in here. It's causing an uproar. You know, you have a house, we have houses with up to 50 people, and there's only 4 phone lines. And it's becoming an issue where it's not fair. People have family and kids and loved ones that they would love to contact. And also, I would like to make a complaint about the food. The food is being very scarce because when it's given to us, it's not enough for everybody inside the house as well. That and also the mattresses that they give us is old mattresses. They're very flat. They do have new mattresses, but they haven't given it to everybody. And also the visitations, the TSOs, the lockdowns is causing us to not be able to get any type of communication with our family. They cut the phone lines off. They cut the tablets off. They don't let us have any kind of communication on the outside when it's locked down, and it's been locked down every single week. It's from either Tuesday to Wednesday to Thursday. They're starting to do it on the weekends. It's unfair. You know, we might need to contact our lawyers or our families. So we need help with that. Thank you.
The caller has hung up. This is the mother of booking case. My son was arrested Thursday asking for his medication. He got mental health problem, schizophrenic, bipolar, and deep depression. I'm sending this message because I've been asking too for him to get his treatment, to take him to the hospital. And they not giving the help.
Island civil inmate for the GVRC
Very rare, civil inmate.
program. Completely done. You have 16 cells in the house. There's 6 inmates here, all for justice. You'll see also the program for probation, stating at the Apple. None of the information is given to us. Pretty much we wake up, watch TV, and none of the services that we are entitled to are offered to us. The privilege of the building is most services and programs that we do. Can't mix with any of the other. They still have no heat, no hot water, bathroom showers are filthy. The police smell like police in the air. There's flies all over the place. And it's just not even a program. They're just sitting around. You don't access to they come from that should go to legal aid that should be provided by the law library. And there's just nothing we can do. And there's no corrections being done. It's pretty much there. The time of tickets, and I said there's no correction being done at all. Officers are never on the floor. They don't respond to anything. They just sit at the bubble. They're they can change. Again, thank you.
The caller has hung up.
Hi, my name is, and I'm currently incarcerated at the RMSC building on Rikers Island. I'm calling to find that Department of Correction has denied me protective custody, and I'm here on my life at GRMC. They never gave me protective custody, and they just moved me to a different housing unit. Please help me, thank you.
Chair.
One second, please. First, I'd like to thank all who left public comments on our dedicated lines for people in custody. Before we go to our executive director for updates, you have a question, Board Member Cohen?
Well, yes. Given that these are comments that were made previously recorded, these were comments that were pre-recorded, so we've been aware of them for some period of time. Could the board staff give us their response to these comments individually?
If the staff is available to do that, we'll let that go under the executive director updates. And she can have her staff designate responses to the 6 comments as she deems necessary at this time.
Again, if I could,
Go ahead.
what is the point of us hearing these things, and not hearing about their resolution or their lack of
I think
credibility?
yeah, you're correct. I just indicated that if the staff is prepared, it'll come under the executive director comments. That is staff. I mean, is there anything else you'd like me to do?
I would like you to organize the staff to respond.
I just did. Is there anything else you'd like me to respond to on this?
No?
Okay, thank you. For the executive director updates to include responses to PIC comments, our executive director, Jasmine.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for coming. And in response to Board Member Cohen, BOC staff has shared the comments with the board members in advance. We've always assigned to our respective monitors, assigned to particular facilities, the complaints as they come in. These have been addressed. I can, after today's meeting or at the end of today's meeting, update the board as we do routinely on what exactly has happened with these particular individuals.
Well, I appreciate that, but just those comments coming without response seem not as helpful as it could be if we knew the department's response or our findings, but I'll look forward to your comments afterwards.
Thank you. And I'll just start with updates on deaths. Since the board's March meeting, 2 people have died in DOC custody, while 1 person died shortly after they were discharged from custody. We extend our condolences to the families of Ariel Quidone, Sonia Reyes, and Deshaun Jenkins. Mr. Quidone died on March 15, 2025 at the age of 20 in Elmhurst Hospital. Mr. Quidone was transported to Elmhurst Hospital from RMSC on March 13th after he was found unresponsive in his cell. Mr. Quidone was released from custody on his own recognizance 1 day before he passed. Ms. Reyes, age 55, died on March 20th, 2025 in West Facility. Ms. Reyes was declared deceased shortly after correctional staff found her unresponsive in her cell. Mr. Jenkins died on March 31st, 2025 at the age of 27 in GRVC. Mr. Jenkins was also declared deceased shortly after correctional staff discovered him unresponsive in his cell. Causes of death are currently pending confirmation from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner. The board is actively investigating the circumstances surrounding these deaths and will issue a public report on our findings. Next, we share our deepest condolences with the families of department staff who have passed since the board's March meeting. The staff who have passed are Officer Horan R. Sterling, Retired Officer Jacqueline Snow, Retired Officer Denise Giddens, Retired Clerical Associate Hermina Joseph, Retired Captain Roosevelt Lane Jr., Retired Officer Anthony Rivera, Retired Officer Kenneth Arrington, Retired Officer Dwayne Rabsat, Retired Captain Janie Dinkins, Retired Captain Raul Rodriguez, Retired Officer Robert Stelansky, Retired Officer Fenton Crosby, Retired Captain Albert DeJohn, Retired Officer Daniel Branch, Retired Officer Bruce Boyd, Retired Officer Ruth Joseph, Retired Officer James M. Parker, Retired Captain Sharion McLean, Retired Deputy Warden George A. Salardo, and Retired Deputy Warden Angelo Manzi. Regarding the census data, as of May 12, 2025, there were approximately 7,542 individuals in department custody, a 10.33% increase from March 1st. In April 2025, the department began housing men in the Rose M. Singer Center, or RMSC. The department is referring to the area in RMSC that houses general population and city sentence males as RMSC Enhanced Supervision Housing Annex, although males that are housed in the RESH Annex are not a restricted population. For data recording purposes, the board will refer to this population as RESH non-ESH. Broken down by facility as of May 12, 2025, Bellevue Hospital Prison Ward, 45 individuals. Elmhurst Hospital Prison Ward, 4. EMTC, 1,742. GRVC, 1,039. NIC, 315. OBCC, 1,647. Resh ESH, 164. Resh non-ESH, 173. RMSC, 429. RNDC, 1,170. West Facility, 812. Regarding reports, since the board's last meeting, the board issued its second assessment of law library services on Rikers Island, which can be found on the board's website. In addition, the board's Special Investigations Unit will soon conclude the fact-finding portion of an audit of the department's use of individualized and voluntary lock-ins. We expect to issue a report with the audit's findings and recommendations in the month of June. And that concludes the board's BOC staff update.
Thank you, Executive Director Jasmine. Yes, Board Member Cole.
Were the board members informed of these deaths?
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
receive reports.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
But
Board
do
Member
we
Jean.
have any cause of death as yet in terms of the most recent deaths?
No, they're pending OCME.
Okay, thank you very much again, Executive Jasmine. Variance requests, overcrowding variance renewal. I will now turn it over to DOC to present their overcrowding variance renewal request regarding OBCC, EMTC, and West Facility Annex, followed by public comment on the variance renewal request and a board vote. From DOC, who's representing this matter?
Good afternoon, board members. Good afternoon. My name is Fritz Prajay, Senior Deputy Commissioner. Today, the department is seeking a renewal of the variance granted on February 25th public meeting from the Board of Corrections minimum standards related to overcrowding, specifically standards 104C2, 104C3, 104C5I for the period of 4 months. Since the department's initial variance request, the census has increased by approximately 10%. And the department now houses over 7,400 individuals. The department's current population forecasts anticipated a continued increase in the number of persons in custody in the coming weeks and months. As the board is aware, the New York State Department of Corrections and Community Supervision, DOCCS, was temporarily unable to accept individuals from local correctional facilities who have been deemed state-ready, which has placed additional strain on the agency's capacity to house new admissions. On May 5th, DOCCS resumed transfer of state-ready individuals. However, these transfers are occurring incrementally every week. As of today, 35 sentenced individuals have been released into the state's custody. However, at this pace, the department's anticipated likely retain an inflated number of state-ready individuals in custody into the summer. As of May 13th, 775 state-ready individuals currently in our custody who remain under our supervision until they can be transferred to DOCCS. As the board is aware, the department does not control who comes into our custody, how long they are in our care. We continue to leverage all available tools within the BOC's public capacity. Agencies control the address of population growth. For those individuals who have received a state sentence of time served and are otherwise eligible for release, the department, with support of the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice, has worked with state partners to facilitate their discharge directly from DOC's custody. However, this circumstance applies to a very small number of individuals. In addition, the department continues to receive city sentenced individuals for eligibility for the 6A program. Calendar year to date, DOC has released 34 individuals in the program, compared to 8 during the same period calendar year 2024. The rising census, combined with the limited ability to transfer state-ready individuals and ongoing staffing challenges, presents an urgent, complex operational issue that demands flexibility, careful resource management. Since the variance was granted in November of last year, the department has successfully completed several phases of the plan that was submitted with the original request. More recently, DOC completed phase 3, which added nearly 50 beds at the George R. Vernal Center for those in need of mental health housing, as well as phase 4, which maximized space in the North Infirmary Command by opening the populating a dormitory unit. Despite these critical gains in bed space, the need for additional housing and continued flexibility persists. Previously stated, it is the department's responsibility to ensure everyone who enters our custody has a bed. At this time, the department does not plan to open additional facilities and has instead decided to maximize the use of existing bed space in active facilities, including the Rose M. Singer Center. As the board is aware, we recently populated a limited number of housing areas in the 800-bed tower of the Rose M. Singer Center, RMSC, with men in custody. The use of the tower allows us to safely house and escort both men and women in custody without any contact. Our leadership is meeting regularly with both staff and individuals housed throughout the facility to ensure plans are being communicated appropriately, grievances are being resolved, and all services are being afforded. Our current challenges are unprecedented in recent memory. However, our staff are stepping up every day to meet those tasks, support each other, and assist all persons in custody. To our staff, specifically corrections officers, we say thank you. Thank you for your hard work. Before I close, I want to highlight that the areas affected by overcrowding have not seen an increase in violence. In fact, data shows the department's statewide violence has decreased since December. And these housing areas follow the same trend. Maintaining safety and stability remains our top priority as we manage these ongoing challenges, and we can only do so by maintaining flexibility to deploy creative solutions. Therefore, the department respectfully requests a 4-month renewal of the 3 variances specifically to OBCC, EMTC, and West Facility. We are committed to keeping the board informed of any developments as we continue to plan for our capacity needs. My colleagues and I welcome any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senior Deputy Commissioner. Any board members have questions for the department on overcrowding variance? Board Member Cohen?
You said that 34 people have been released under the 6A program. How many people are eligible for release under the 6A program?
Hello, my name is Nell McCarty. I'm the Deputy Commissioner for the Division of Programs and Community Partnerships. The reintegration unit under the Division of Programs and Community Partnerships thoroughly reviews every city sentenced individual. So that exact number of each of the city sentenced individuals in custody is who's technically eligible for review and consideration for the 6A program.
How many are those? How many is that?
Excuse me, Board Member Cohen, if you can put your mic on because we want to.
How many? That's my question was how many?
No, for city sentenced. How many city sentenced individuals are in custody? 515? 50? Approximately 550 people, but it changes each day. And I'm sorry, I just wanted to make sure I give you the correct number.
I appreciate that. Can I continue? Why have you limited it to 34 rather than 500, discharging all the people who are eligible for release, given what you describe as a substantially overcrowded situation?
Yeah, we actually are thoroughly reviewing the criteria on each individual's unique case. And so based on what they were sentenced on, based on their past sentencing, like how recidivism is one, those factors play into who is being released, as well as their sentence length. And so just considering if somebody was brought in, they were just city sentenced yesterday, of that 550 individuals, their case would be actively reviewed as we speak. So we wouldn't be able to say they're actively being released at this time. I'm sorry, that was a little bit of a choppy response, but there are different variables that we do look at to ensure that the people that we are releasing will have a successful release, that they don't return into our custody, and that they're able to meet with their caseworker every single week.
Thank you. Board Member Skipper, please.
Yes, good afternoon. What, in your opinion, is the most stringent release criteria that cannot be overlooked? And I'm talking about something that's literally a go or no-go situation.
Typically, what they're actually sentenced on.
These are all city sentences.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Okay, and my next question is that if some of these variables or release criterias could be clarified, released a little, which one or two of them would that be in order to release more PICs?
I'll give an example. So this year, we've been looking specifically at the length of time left in sentence. So if they, let's say previously, and on average, we might look at people with 90 days remaining on their sentence. We've been increasing that to review people with longer amounts of time left on their sentence as part of our review process. So just to give a really clear example of something we've looked at, we've also looked at other considerations or factors. So if they've had things, this will be another very clear example, like failures to appear continuously, which may play a factor in them being able to actually show up to meet with their caseworker on a weekly basis. We've looked at that and said, well, how can we work with those people? So we are looking actively.
I have a question for Friday.
Second. Board Member Stossel, then Board Member Jude.
Thank you.
Could you please turn it?
Thank you. So we got some information from a member of the public, and do you have sort of interesting data about this from?
Can't hear.
Sorry.
Is it on?
Can you hear me? Sorry. We have some data about this because of how much 6A was sort of briefly expanded during peak COVID. My understanding is that 115 people were released between 2022 and 2024, and only 6 of those were returned to Rikers for failure to comply with their conditions of release. And of the 6, only 1 was returned on a new charge. My sense is that that is significantly lower than the baseline recidivism, which is around 33%. It seems like it would really make sense to, given the significance of the overcrowding and the recent deaths, to try to push this as much as possible. Is there a plan to try to do that?
To answer with that, I think part of the success has been really looking at every unique individual's case to make sure that they will be successful, that we've set them up for success, that we have made sure that they do not come back into custody. So with some of these, what the criteria or what we're looking at, maybe what their cases, what they were charged with coming in, with that thorough review, we have found that the individuals that are released are extremely successful. I mean, it is like an over 90% success rate for the individuals released on 6A. And this is an ongoing conversation with us within the department of how we can look at, again, who is actually being released and if we modify to ensure that more people are released.
Board Member Jude.
Thank you.
Board Member Pitt.
Has the DOC considered utilize or thinking about health-related vulnerabilities in terms of 6A consideration?
Yeah, so just to highlight that CHS, our partners, really are the ones that review people's medical charts. We do not have access for that, so they have their own process of advocating for patients of theirs. And with that, if any referrals were to come our way from CHS, we would be able to take that into consideration.
Thank you.
Board Member Pitts, and
Thank you. Good afternoon. I more or less made this statement at the last board meeting regarding the 6A program. These people, the city sentence people, are basically only going to do 8 months, most of them. No matter what their issues are, they're going to be released. So the department is in an emergency situation. I really think that some of the criteria may be too stringent, given that you all are in a state of emergency. And no matter what faults these PICs have, they're going to be back in the street in 8 months. So I think you should rethink things. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I have one more question. You stated that the department is doing everything to set people up for success, to make sure that they're successful. So if DOC is doing everything to set people up for success, why is DOC being so picky and choosy on who gets to avail themselves of these circumstances? I think the reliance on what has happened before someone's past record, I don't think we should have an over-reliance on that, especially since you guys are doing everything you can to set people up for success. I think if we tamp down the reliance on what happened in the past and look at the individual in front of you and the promise, also the promise that you guys are doing everything you can to set people up for success, I think we can utilize the 6A program more effectively and efficiently, which can also tamp down on overcrowding.
Thank you.
thank you.
I have a question for Roger.
Okay, let me just address something and then I'll circle back to you. I'd like to take I guess a chair's discretion and ask the board for some consensus to have BOC staff review the 6A program along with the department, and that board member Stossel, with her extensive record, work with the staff and DOC to review criteria, to review success rates, failure rates, and other indicators. I like for this to take place as soon as possible.
So moved.
And is there a second based on that? Okay, and then to make a formal vote on the 6A review by the board, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay.
I'm going to comment?
Is,
Yeah, I don't think the board should be involved in deciding who should be in jail or not. That's not our job. We want to make sure that the conditions are as decent as possible. And I believe, as we all believe, the city believes, that there should be as few people on Rikers Island as possible. So
I respect that, but when we talk about accountability, I think the board has accountability that we have to be held to as well. And the resolution has passed and will proceed accordingly. Right now, I'd like to, it's just one question for you, Senior Deputy Commissioner.
Hi, Senior Deputy Commissioner. You mentioned before that the department decided not to reopen housing areas and facilities, but instead went in another direction and decided to house men in RMSC. Can you share with us why this decision was made as such?
Decisions were made based on circumstances and the personnel that we have, what it would take to actually open up another housing area and move personnel to that location, and faithfully and securely give the PICs, persons in custody, a safe environment to live and reside in. In this case, it was decided that our Rose M. Singer was a better facility, and we already had our personnel assigned into that building, so the adjustment to get the personnel over there and work was a lot better for us, and the building was already in use.
Thank you.
Okay, at this point, we will go to a vote on overcrowding variance renewal request. Okay, public comments first, my apologies. Public comment on overcrowding variance, and Jasmine has the list for that.
The first person is Veronica Vela, followed by Sarita Daftery.
Good afternoon. I'm Veronica Vela. I'm with the Legal Aid Society's Prisoners' Rights Project, and I want to speak today in opposition to DOC's renewed variance from the board's overcrowding standards. DOC has already failed to maintain basic supervision and security at lower population levels. Adding more people into housing units that are already understaffed, despite DOC's robust staffing numbers, is not just irresponsible, it is affirmatively dangerous. The department claims their expansion plan is based on a careful assessment of resources that leverage all available tools, but there is nowhere near sufficient efforts to decarcerate and reduce the population, such as everything that was used during COVID. This is important because DOC has shown an inability to supervise people in custody. This is not due to a lack of resources. It is a product of chronic and deliberate mismanagement. Adding hundreds of beds to housing areas already marked by instability will only amplify existing risks. According to the federal monitor in Nunez, DOC's staffing failures and inefficiencies leave the jail system operating as if it were understaffed. The department cannot even say how many awarded posts exist, let alone deploy staff where they're most needed. Poor safety practices, unit tours, contraband searches, other basic security obligations have remained in chronic non-compliance across multiple monitoring reports. These failures fuel violence, excessive force, and in some cases, preventable deaths. There is no evidence that these units can safely absorb more people. DOC has no credible strategy to effectively manage the people it already confines. Expanding capacity under these conditions would sharply increase the risk of serious harm. There are standards on the number of people allowed in these units for a reason. Overcrowding magnifies every existing failure. Inadequate staffing becomes critical understaffing. Unsupervised conflicts become riots. Delayed medical attention becomes fatal neglect. The department has had 8 years under federal oversight and 3 remedial orders to build a safe constitutional jail system. It has failed to do so. Today, the court has decided that a receiver take control of the jail system. That is because DOC's leadership has not simply been ineffective, it has been resistant to reform. The department has ignored the monitor's recommendations, removed staff who are implementing reforms, and repeatedly misrepresented its legal capacity to act. Even basic data has not been reliably tracked. That is not a lack of capacity, it is contempt. I urge the board not to renew this variance. It would not relieve an emergency, it would deepen one. Until DOC proves it can safely manage the population it already confines and starts to remedy its inefficiencies, no expansion of these housing units should be permitted. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sarita Daftery. I'm sorry, it's Daftery.
Thank you. Good afternoon, board members. My name is Sarita Daftery. I'm co-director of Freedom Agenda. Our members are people who have been incarcerated in New York City jails and whose loved ones are incarcerated there now, and in some cases, people whose loved ones have died in New York City jails. I urge the board to reject the overcrowding variance proposed by the department and insist that the department instead take every measure in its power to reduce the jail population, and urge the Office of Criminal Justice and City Hall to work with other court system stakeholders to do the same. And I want to thank the board for your questions about 6A, and clearly you are aware of the tools that the department should be using more widely. We've acknowledged that the jail population has grown by about 1,000 people since January. What's needed now is not continual variances that will lead to further deteriorating conditions for people in custody and staff. It is massive efforts to decarcerate in the same way that action was taken 5 years ago when COVID was moving through the jails at a terrifying pace. It's notable that when these variances were first proposed months ago, advocates for incarcerated people and members of the officers' unions spoke out against them. There is simply no good option for housing 7,000 people, over 7,000 people on Rikers Island. Cramming more people into the decrepit housing units at EMTC, OBCC, and West Facility is not acceptable. Housing men at Rosie's is also not acceptable, nor is reopening AMKC, given the serious infrastructure deficiencies that prompted its closure in July 2023. The city does have one new facility that is in good condition, the newly constructed outposted therapeutic housing unit at Bellevue Hospital. DOC can move up to 100 of the most medically vulnerable people in its custody to this unit immediately, but has refused to come up with a reasonable staffing plan that matches the fairly minimal need for uniformed officers in this unit. In addition to the statistics about the incredible success of 6A that Board Member Stossel mentioned in the period between 2022 and 2024, I also wanted to add that in March 2020, the 6A program was used to facilitate the release of 300 people in 1 month, and less than 1% of those released were later rearrested on a violent felony charge. DOC wants to be able to say that this is an emergency, it's unprecedented situation, but only to suspend the minimum standards, not to expand their use of this highly successful program. DOC should use all the tools at their disposal, and every other criminal legal system stakeholder should as well. The Office of Criminal Justice and other City Hall leaders should be meeting weekly with judges and district attorneys, as they did in response to COVID, to increase utilization of supervised release and other non-jail options. Instead, the criminalization of poverty and mental illness has kicked into overdrive under NYPD Commissioner Jessica Tisch. As members of this board, you can see the human impacts of this as Rikers fills up with people who need treatment, not incarceration. While the board does not have direct jurisdiction over the Office of Criminal Justice or the DAs or judges, your voices urging them to prioritize decarceration and diversion had an impact before, and it could right now. Again, I urge you to reject the variance. Thank you.
Thank you. I apologize in advance because I can't read the last name, but Fran, followed by Michael Klinger.
Hi, it's Dr. Francis Gatellis. Hi, I'm a member of the Halt Solitary campaign as well as the Jails Action Coalition, and I am a clinical psychologist. I guess several of the people who have spoken, first of all, like some of the other speakers, I would like to thank you for some of the very important questions that were asked just now about the variance and about the process for releasing people from prison. It's very clear that you have so many people here in the jail who don't need to be here or ought not to be here. I guess the biggest issue is the people with serious mental health problems, and the program that was run during COVID can be reinstituted to help to release them and put them into programs. If I recall correctly, the way it was done the last time was that you had programs jointly with some of the major reentry facilities here in New York, programs like the Fortune Society, like, oh, now I'm blocking on the name, but in any case, there are programs that work with people who need help in coming back into society and adjusting. They're not getting that help here in the jails. only maybe a few people get any kind of treatment, it seems, whatsoever. But the other thing that concerned me when I was listening to the testimony of people from from docs was that it seemed to me they were talking about releasing people, and I may be wrong on this, they were talking about releasing people who've been sentenced. I don't think I heard them say anything about people who are waiting for trial, very lengthy periods of time. I guess the example that comes to my mind immediately is Khalif Browder, who was accused of stealing a backpack. He was here for 3 years without trial. That should not even be allowed. I know that there are some rules where they can kill the rest of the time and just keep postponing his trial and postponing, because that gives them pressure on the part of the DA's office to get them to plead guilty. Even if Khalif claimed he was not guilty, he wasn't going to plead guilty. And yet for that reason, he spent 3 years in jail, which is probably more than his sentence would have been had he been found guilty. So I'm asking you really to look at the practices in the jails that you're overlooking and deal with them. This should not be allowed. Somebody should not spend 3 years in jail because he refuses to plead guilty. So that's another group of people that need to be considered for release, especially since you claim you have to keep everybody in awful conditions because they're so overcrowded. There are ways, and I'm asking the board then, if you end up agreeing to this variance, that you make conditions, that you not just say yes,
I'm going to ask
but you say that
to
it
wrap it
will,
up, please.
pardon,
You've overgone your time for some bit. so-
okay, could I just finish that sentence?
Yes, thank you.
That you ask, you make it clear that if they don't work with more energy and effectiveness to release people, that the variance would not be granted again. We've asked that it not be granted, but if it gets granted, please take action and do what you need to do.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Michael Klinger, followed by Natalie Fiorenzo.
Natalie, if you can just come forward also so we can save time. Thank you.
Good afternoon. And thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Michael Klinger. I'm a jail services attorney with Brooklyn Defender Services. We're speaking in opposition to the requested renewal of the 3 overcrowding variances, and we join our colleague organizations in strenuously urging the board to deny these requests. But in the alternative, I'd like to support what Dr. Gatellis was asking and ask that if the board chooses to grant these variances, that it do so with some modifications. Specifically, given the department's acknowledgement that state transfers are, it sounds like, resuming, despite uncertainty around the timeline, we ask that any approval be limited to 1 month. For the duration of that month, we ask that the board require that weekly population updates be posted on the department's website, including the numbers of state and hospital transfers, the number of city sentenced people the department chooses to release under the Commissioner's 6A powers. And we ask that the website also state on a daily basis whether it provided recreation and law library access in each of the impacted dormitories. Finally, the department should be required to provide a daily, that is a day-by-day account of the actual number of operable and sanitary showers and bathroom facilities in each impacted dorm area in order to ensure that all showers and bathroom facilities are fully functional and sanitary for the increased number of people relying on them. Thank you.
Thank you. Natalie Fiorenzo, followed by Victoria Phillips.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Natalie Fiorenzo. I am a senior corrections specialist at New York County Defender Services. Last month, this board had a lot to say about this variance request. Honestly, based on the conversation you all had on the record, I was shocked that you passed it at all. That being said, when you decided to pass a limited 2-month variance, you passed it with a condition that DOC send you the criteria for the 6A local release program. Did that ever happen? Based on the conversation today, it doesn't sound like it did. Has DOC shown you any good faith efforts to attempt to reduce the jail population rather than cramming everyone into inhumane living spaces, a notoriously condemned correctional practice? This is one of the only situations in which the board actually has power to take a stand and to protect the population that you're mandated to protect. So please use it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Victoria Phillips.
Peace and blessings, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay, I'm Chaplain Dr. Victoria Phillips, and I'm a member of many coalitions, but today I want to highlight being a member of the Jails Action Coalition and the lead in the Beyond Rosie's campaign. And so I just want to touch on some things. First, I would like to say that this board should actually ask CHS if they actually do referrals for medical 6A based on medical conditions, since DOC brought them into the conversation. Please do that in real time today. Second, DOC is not judge nor jury, so I agree with you, Board Member Pitts. Release them. Three, actually, over the last couple of weeks, officers have called me working in Rosie's facility because they too are against bringing the men there. I've had female officers call my 800-929-9121 number for all you other officers that need to call somebody. I've had them call me saying that they do not want the men in the facility. I've had female officers even raise security concerns around bringing the men into the facility. I also want to highlight that 311 apparently wasn't working for about a week and a half in Rosie's. Who knows why, but that was also around the time the first and the second floor was being filled up with men, and around the time they put up the barbershop. Let's be clear. I've been testifying on this record in person consistently since 2012 around conditions in Rikers Island. And every year we talk about the summer months, the warm months. We already have a problem making sure there's tubs of water provided each tour. What does this look like now that we're having increase of people in housing units? Has the department even told you what their plan is for the summer months? People with medical conditions might need more than 1 cup of water. How are they going to be provided access to extra water or access to clean facilities? Because I know walking through housing units, many times it's nasty buckets of water with soap lying around, and it's just uninhabitable conditions. And so when I think of adding more people to those environments, my God, are we still America? Or are we truly a third world country now? And as an Army brat, I ask that with all the standing behind me of what the military people actually fought for this country. And lastly, I'll just say, with more people, what does that look like for programming? And even in Rosie's, because if sometimes the female population isn't produced for programming, isn't provided their programming, what does additional floors of men, 3 floors, do for them having access to their programming? Please ask that in real time today. Peace and blessings.
Thank you. We'll move on to the remote speakers. First, we have Roger Clark. Raise your hand. Next, we have Khalil Solker.
Hello, I'm sorry. Are we switching to the correspondence variance? That's what I was testifying for.
No, we're on overcrowding. We'll call you during that variance request. Thank
Right.
you.
Thank you, board.
Okay, that concludes public comment on overcrowding variance renewal requests. We can now go to a vote. Will a board member move to vote? Does any board member move for a vote on the renewal extension of overcrowding?
So move.
Is there a second? On the vote of overcrowding variance renewal request by the department, we have a motion to move. Is there a second? Last request on a second to move overcrowding. Hearing no second, this matter is not for renewal. We'll move to the general counsel comments on receivership at this time before we go to other variances.
Good afternoon. Jim Conroy, I'm the General Counsel of the Department of Correction. This order regarding this case came out about 40 minutes before we left to come downtown. It's 77 pages or so. I've not had the opportunity to review it. We've not had the opportunity to speak to the law department regarding its contents or its next steps, so we will not be commenting on this. It's an open and active case and motion practice, so we don't have any comments to make.
Thank you, General Counsel. We will now move to the mail variance request for the department.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Jim Walsh. I'm the Deputy Commissioner for Security Operations for New York City Department of Corrections. We are here to request a limited 4-month variance from Board Minimum Standard 1-11E1I, which requires that non-privileged mail be opened in the presence of the intended recipient in custody. Our proposed variance would allow the department to open and inspect all incoming non-privileged mail outside of the individual in custody's presence in the newly opened centralized mail screening trailer on Rikers Island. Privileged mail, as well as packages, will continue to be processed under separate existing procedures, which will remain unchanged. The presence of contraband in a jail is a danger to individuals in custody and the staff who work there. I am confident that you share my belief that those who live and work in our jails should be safe. We have and continue to focus on doing everything we can to interdict the contraband into our jails. All staff are searched entering the jails using magnometers and non-ionizing scanners located in 5 jails. We plan on having such scanners in every jail. Our canine units are also deployed at the front entrances on a random basis. Visitors to our jail are also put through the same search procedures. Individuals in custody are searched randomly, including their living quarters. Large portions of the facility are searched during tactical search operations. Currently, non-privileged mail is inspected unopened by K-9 staff and mailroom staff. A new trend has emerged in the type of contraband we are finding and the methods used to introduce that contraband into the jail. Paper items are soaked in various substances, many of which don't respond to Narcan in cases of suspected overdoses. Those papers are concealed in non-privileged correspondence and are not easily detectable by K-9 and cannot reliably be detected by mailroom staff while sealed in an envelope. This is not unique to New York City corrections. It is an emerging issue across jails throughout the country. In 2024, drug contraband was discovered in 89 instances in the Queens mail trailer. This was the first stop in our mail processing assembly line where non-privileged mail was inspected and sorted. However, 161 additional discoveries were made in facility mailrooms in which secondary searches are conducted when delivering the mail to individuals in custody. This means that at least 72 instances drug contraband made it through our initial screening and process. This indicates that current procedures are insufficient for the purpose of identifying drug contraband coming in through the mail. Mail remains a key pathway for the introduction of drugs, and we must respond accordingly. In 2024, Correctional Health Services reported 227 Narcan-related interventions and 274 suspected overdose incidents among individuals in custody. This figure is not just a statistic. It reflects lives at risk, lives saved, and the urgent need for additional safeguards. Our growing concern is echoed in the broader correctional field. A recent study in the Journal of the American Medical Association highlights the increasing presence of drug-soaked paper strips in correctional settings and the serious danger posed by emerging trends in substances that contribute to overdoses and poisonings that cannot be reversed by Narcan. The study reinforces the need for stronger detection and prevention strategies, and our proposal reflects exactly that. The variance will enable the department to implement an enhanced central mail operation focused on strengthening and expanding our ability to detect and interdict drug contraband while ensuring timely delivery of mail. Key elements of the plan that would be implemented under this variance include all non-privileged mail would be opened and inspected for contraband by trained staff in a newly established central mail trailer. Mail would be screened using visual inspection from trained and experienced staff, canines, and drug detection technologies. Correspondence that screens positive for drug contraband would be put in an evidence bag and turned over to the supervisor who will secure the contraband in a safe. Recipients will be notified that their correspondence contained contraband and has been confiscated. Cleared mail and notices of mail confiscated will be delivered within the required 48 hours. We are confident that by enhancing this operation and using modern screening tools, we can prevent harmful substances from entering our jails while upholding timely and respectful communication between people in custody and families and communities. In fact, many other comparable jurisdictions have already implemented enhanced screening procedures and alternate methods for delivering mail in order to address similar issues. The department does not intend to go as far as some other jurisdictions in terms of restrictions on mail, but it is imperative that we modernize our operations to take all preventative steps to address this serious issue. One final thought. This variance will enable the department to respond to a very real and immediate threat to life and safety for all, with measured and targeted action. This variance will likely save lives. We appreciate the board's thoughtful consideration of this matter and remain committed to transparency, collaboration as we move forward. Thank you, and I welcome any questions or comments you may have.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner Walsh. Board Member Cohen.
Yes. Could you describe, I have two questions. The first one involves the officer screening. Recently, I believe officers were not routinely screened. Could you describe the process now that each officer goes through a magnetometer and has screening other whatever the ionizing screening is?
Every staff member goes through a magnometer, and there's a randomizer on the non-ionizing body scanner where if that goes off, you're required to go through that scanner.
And you said that only some facilities do not have this capacity?
That they do not have the scanner, yes.
Oh,
yeah.
What facilities are those?
I'm not West facility and Rosie's.
And you intend to get those?
Correct.
And why is there a random approach to screening rather than a routine approach to screening?
It's a longer process to.
Excuse me 1 second, Board Member Cohen, so that your comments are reflected, please turn on your mic.
I'm sorry.
It's a longer process, very similar to what we go through in airports, where you have to take out your outer garment, take off your shoes, and it's a longer process. And if everybody had to go through that, it would be difficult to get everybody to work on time.
I appreciate it that it will be longer, but we know that some portion of drug contraband comes into the office to the island through officer, and if the department were more concerned, or if the department wanted to have an effective means of preventing contraband as much as possible, all officers would be screened, and it would not be a random process. And the other question I have regarding, you mentioned that there are more and more drugs which are coming into the jails, which are not subject to reversal by Narcan. Could you describe what those are? And
as a broad category, they're called the synthetic drugs that the canine are not able to detect.
So that's marijuana you're talking about, synthetic?
No, there's synthetics. There's all kinds of synthetic drugs out there now that are difficult to detect.
Thank you.
Any other questions from board members?
Yeah.
Board Member Skipper.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You said that there are all types of synthetic drugs that are difficult to detect.
Yeah.
Is that what you just said?
Yes.
So then how do you plan on detecting them through this variance?
So
If they're difficult?
Difficult to detect through canine and without a visual inspection of the actual drug-soaked papers. Canine cannot detect most of the synthetics, and absent a physical inspection of the soaked papers, it's difficult to detect them if they're in an envelope.
Yep, my next question is, you talked about there are scanners in 5 jails. Then you also said that scanners would be in every jail. When is that going to happen? What is the timeline for that?
I don't know.
Hi, Board. I'm Deputy Commissioner Kevin Doherty. I'm part of the Facilities Maintenance Repair Division. We're actively working within the department to make sure that all L3s are in all facilities. At this time, we are hoping to have that 100% completed by the end of the summer, pending any capital funding needs, requirements associated with costs for these machines. So as we have procured these machines, we're happy to give you an update at a later time on when they are available to be installed.
That's a funding.
Capital funding, yeah. They have to be procured, they have to go through processes.
Are you finished?
Yeah, for now.
Yes, Board Member Pitts and then Board Member Stossel.
Good afternoon. Does the ionizing scanner detect synthetic drugs?
You're talking about when an individual passes through that.
They have it
scanner,
on them, yes.
it would detect something on your body, in your pocket. If you have it, like the drug-soaked papers, if you were
Okay.
carrying them and on your body, that would detect it.
It would detect that. And there are about 5 or 6 machines in the centralized mail room. Do any of them detect all the different synthetics that the department is dealing with?
Yes, the final test detects the synthetics that are out there in the market. The other machines will alert you that there's something unusual about the article that you're testing. But yes, the rapid scan would test.
And then you send it out to PD for further, or what?
No, that's not the plan. We don't plan on sending that out unless it's part of a criminal investigation.
Okay, thank you.
Board Member Stossel.
Hi.
Could someone let her use their mic? Mm. It might be the mic. I think something's wrong with the mic.
How's that? Okay. Thank you for everything you're doing to try to keep drugs and other contraband out of the jails. I think we had talked a little bit and we just did not receive the information about accuracy of these machines. I think my personal feeling is that it would be very hard to make a decision about this variance until we have an understanding of how accurately these machines are able to detect both fentanyl and the synthetic cannabinoids. So I'm just wondering if anyone has updated information about that.
Hi, good afternoon. We will forward you the relevant information. I think when we had preliminary talked, we said that the current scientific documentation for the rapid scan, and I forget some of the names, but the current testing we use is upwards of 95% for all of these substances, the accuracy rate. We know the field tests were not that. They were not even close to that. We're talking about 15%. The current way the systems work is a swab is taken, it's put into the machine, and the machine actually emits a readout of what substances are there and the concentration level of each substance. So the accuracy rate is upwards, again, of 95%, closer to 99 for more of the conventional substances like cocaine or morphine or something like that. But these synthetics, which they do have the capability of detecting, are, again, in that 90 to 100% range, far above what would be considered probable cause by any criminal measure, and then what we think would be prudent here.
And do you have a sense when you say 90%, is that sensitivity or specificity?
Accuracy. 95, it's upwards of 95% accuracy for any of these. Again, gets to 99 when we're talking about some more conventional drugs.
Okay. I think it would be really helpful to just take a look if that's
We
okay.
we will absolutely forward the names of the machines, the manufacturer's information, whatever we're in possession of, and then also if we could pull off, again, I found it on Google, some of these scientific ratings and reports and papers on these accuracies.
Okay, thank you. And I have one more question. I think I was also just a little bit confused about some of our back and forth about how, if this variance were to pass, how the sort of downstream consequences of this would be assessed in terms of the extent to which it is actually reducing the rate of drug-related adverse events in the jail facilities. I know DOC on its own does not necessarily track drug-related deaths or drug-related incidents, but certainly between DOC and CHS, I would think it would be appropriate to make sure that we have a sense of whether or not the influx of drugs into the jails is truly because of mail.
Well, I think as a starting point, and this is really what this is, it would be a starting point, and the metric that would be most valuable to see is the increase, if there is one, which we're presuming there will be, in the recoveries. Right? That's our metric. We're talking about, I think in this context, 3-month variance. That's a very limited data set, though, again, once we centralize the operations and be able to use the ability to put eyes on the paper that we cannot currently put eyes on, we think, again, as a minimum metric would be the amount of recoveries that are increased, which of course we are tracking and report back to the board. Beyond that, I think what you're talking about, again, about overdoses or things like that is a much longer metric that we'd have to look at more so than this limited 3-month.
Yes, I think that's right, that it needs to be more long-term, but I'm wondering if there are plans, assuming that, this works and that you're finding contraband and that you're reducing the amount of contraband that's making it into the jail mail rooms. I would think that we would want to make sure, as Dr. Cohen was saying, that the general presence of drugs in the jails is being reduced by this intervention. If it isn't, I think we would have to.
Of course, and I think you used the phrase downstream, right? Or maybe I'm using that, but yes, downstream, obviously, our main metric that we could track that's the easiest is in the context of this mail trail or the increase of recoveries. And then, of course, we would analyze any of the other things that might be ancillary or directly correlated to the recovery of drugs, which would be those types of incidents, less whatever, suspected overdoses, Narcan uses. Hopefully, we would anticipate less recovery in the housing units would be a metric, but that has to be balanced with, are we catching everything? It's a continually robust system to make sure that we are encompassing and covering all of the issues that we might face. But again, I would stress in this limited context of 3 months, I think the most important metric that we could bring back to the board is, since this was granted, we've recovered X more number of items in these mail items.
Thank you.
Dr. Cohen? Please turn on your mic, Dr. Cohen.
During COVID, when family members or friends were unable to visit the jail, drugs were still brought into the jail, and they were brought in by staff. I don't understand why you are not screening all staff if you are interested in not having drugs brought into the jails.
I really do think these are two separate questions. I mean, we have to visit all of the issues relating to staff, which we do. DC Walsh just spoke to you about, what the process is, that all staff are screened, and then we have a randomizer for efficiency, right? So they do go through there. You could see a piece of paper in someone's pocket. We're not saying one of these things is dispositive of the other, right? We're talking about right now what we see as a nationwide trend that is common in every correction facility in the country, right? We sent the board, and I think if we did send them, you should have the journal article about what the study showed that was related to privileged mail. That's not what we're asking here. I really do think these are bifurcated issues. We're not saying that one is dispositive of the other. We should lighten standards as to screening visitors or staff at all. That's not the suggestion here. We're talking about one very specific thing, which is the context of this application for a variance, and then anything else we could bring in. So I don't know that these are necessarily correlated. I appreciate in the global scheme of contraband in the jails, it is, but with respect to what we're able to do with one, it's not dispositive.
Thank you.
Skip. Board Member Skip.
So I understand that the mail will be opened by staff trained to detect just by visual, touch, and feel. But there was also something that the department said about creating a more robust training for that. Where are we with that process? And we ask you to give us a copy of that.
The training that we talked about was that some of the technology that's going.
No, not technology. States here a more robust curriculum on identifying drug contraband for new recruits. The Academy, Correction Intelligence Bureau, and K-9 unit have all held discussions. So somehow this was supposed to be built so that moving forward, everyone would have this training, but I guess the intention was that the new officers in the new mail facility would have it first. So
Yeah, I'm sorry, Chair Skip, we didn't understand the question initially. There's actually two elements of training. One, the people that are going to be engaging in this project that are in the central, will be in the central mail trailer, and the people that are doing this are actually the K-9 officers and the people who had already been trained and served as the mailroom officers. So there's that element of when they go in, other than doing some of the technological training for the actual detection machines, they already have this experience, especially in detecting what's on the paper and identifying other types of contraband. What you're speaking of and what we mentioned and we intend to do is exactly what you said, a more robust department-wide training that we mostly start with the recruits. We've already engaged our Deputy Commissioner of Training, DC Ward, to talk about how we could develop this curriculum and then, make a determination as whether or not it's better to have a train-the-train model or bring in vendors or otherwise. So I can't give you a timeline on that yet, though that's something that we endeavor to complete, because as new classes come in, we want to incorporate that into the recruit class so that they can see, never mind in the mail, but just even in general, if there's a piece of paper in the housing area, that this might be something of concern, which again, we do encourage that, and we have these conversations with our specialty units with the housing areas, but we think it prudent, as do you, I'm sure, that every individual have this specialized training and the ability to identify these types of substances and contraband.
thank you.
If there's no further questions from the board, we will go to public comments.
We first have Jennifer Parrish, followed by Chaplain Dr. Victoria A. Phillips.
Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Parrish. I work at the Urban Justice Center Mental Health Project, and I'm a member of the Jails Action Coalition and the Halt Solitary campaign. I'm here to encourage you to vote no to this variance request. The department has not satisfactorily established that this is needed to overcome people's right to privacy in their mail. This is one of the minimum standards, that people have that right, but also this is possibly going to lead to many people not getting their mail or getting it much delayed. We know that the department already has a problem getting people their mail on time. I mean, they say they're going to do this within 48 hours of receiving it. That doesn't happen right now. So the thought that they're going to have this process where they open every single piece of mail that they get, look it over, and then get it to people on time, I don't think that that's realistic. And I think the board should ask more of them before adopting this. I think it's good that you ask about the screening of what's going on with officers and how that's happening, because this is part of it. You're asking for an imposition on the people who are incarcerated. And if you haven't taken all the other steps that are needed to stop contraband from coming in, you shouldn't be allowing them to do this, or they shouldn't be taking this step to do this variance. So I would ask you to vote against it. However, if you grant it, I would ask that at the next meeting, they come back with information about how this has actually worked and that they're actually tracking the mail. I would encourage the board staff to go to the facility and see how this is actually turning out, and to find out actually about training as well, because we know many times they've come in, for example, on the separation status section that they set up and told you, oh, everyone's trained. They're going to make sure this doesn't happen improperly, and it didn't turn out that way. So I don't think you can accept their assurances. I think you need to require them as a condition of this variance to report to you specifically about how much mail they've received, how it was opened, screened, tested, how often contraband was detected, and explain to you why it actually needs to be opened and can't be screened just through the machine without actually looking at each page of it. People have the right to privacy in these correspondences. We know that correction officers do say things to people inside about their charges, and there's no reason to think that they won't share information that's learned through these letters improperly. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. V, followed by Natalie Pop.
Peace and blessings, everyone. It's Dr. V again. So I'm just going to jump right into it. The first thing I want to say is I've testified before this board and city council on all the things I'm getting ready to say. During COVID, I actually asked the then chair, I think it was Jennifer Jones Austin, when nobody was coming into the jails, what about the K2 that was running around rampant in the jails? So I appreciate you mentioning the COVID area, Dr. Cohen. I also would like to highlight that jailing to me is similar to politics when it comes to favoritism and leadership. And so I've seen over the years many officers who don't get searched. And so when DC Walsh mentioned, they two-step when they talk sometimes. So in one sentence, he said everyone gets, all staff gets checked. And the next sentence, he said it's only 5 facilities that have the machines. Make it make sense. I also want to raise. I've testified over the years before this board of actually witnessing officers bring liquor into the facilities in iced tea bottles. They love that brown liquor for some reason. And I say that because it often creates possibilities of causing harm to themselves, the detainees, and their colleagues. And so I just want to highlight that. I also want to say that DOC often speaks of training officers, which JJ had mentioned, but many times when the Board of Corrections do your own reports, you then find out many of the officers running the machines aren't properly trained, and the captains who do the oversight aren't properly trained. Result back to your own reports in the past. I would also like to say that, mail is a lifeline. As a mental health professional, as a chaplain, over the last 2 decades, I have truly seen how mail is truly a lifeline to assist people in reentry with young adults. It allows them to focus on something better for their change behavior, CBT. I've seen how fathers and even mothers in Rosie's, we know over 70% of them go in being a primary caregiver. It allows someone to stay connected to their family. It allows someone to start that process of family reunification before they even get ready to be discharged. And lastly, I just want to say, actually last year I testified before all of you about an officer who was sexually assaulted on the island by another officer. And she came to me because of officers who told her to come to me when the union could not follow up with her. And it was after I testified before you, 21 days later, that DOI actually reached out to her and her case was founded. It really occurred. And I say that because the officer who assaulted her didn't he work in the mailroom? So what is the character of the people that we actually are trusting to say yay or nay for mail to be passed on? And I just want to raise that for you all to think about, because it's a real deal. And DOC gets paid too much money to not know the name of machines that they stand before you and talk as experts about.
Thank you. Natalie Pocht, followed by Sarita Daftery.
Hi, I'm Natalie Pact, and I'm a paralegal client advocate at the Legal Aid Society's Prisoners' Rights Project. The Legal Aid Society wholeheartedly agrees that we need to reduce contraband coming into the jails. We have seen contraband drugs used to facilitate sexual abuse, to extract all manner of favors, and most disturbingly, lead to numerous deaths. DOC says that it is committed to deploying every available resource and strategy to prevent illegal substances from entering our jails. Yet they are choosing again to restrict mail privileges when there is no proof that mail is the main source of drugs in Rikers facilities. But any serious approach to limiting contraband in the facilities must feature how staff are monitored. We cannot forget that contraband numbers skyrocketed during COVID, a time during which no visitors were allowed on the island. In the past year, multiple people who worked at Rikers were charged with corruption for smuggling contraband into the jail. Last April, 5 staff were found to be accepting bribes to smuggle in cell phones, oxy, marijuana, fentanyl, and K2. After last year's indictments, the Department of Investigation recommended 8 actions, including placing K9 units at the staff entrance at Rikers to screen correction officers for drugs, and that it hire contractors or external law enforcement to serve as front gate staff. DOC has said that it will take these recommendations under advisement. Last November, the New York City Department of Investigation issued a report on contraband smuggling in the city jails, in which the DOI noted that, consistent with findings in 2014 and 2018, DOC continues to fail to adequately screen staff, allowing officers to bring drugs and weapons into the jail. All of the measures DOC mentions today are only as effective as their enforcement, and we know that they are routinely not enforced against staff. The November 2024 report notes that part of why the staff entry screening system remains flawed is because DOC has not implemented the recommendations made in prior reports. In fact, DOI observed an increase in the number of opioids and cell phones found in DOC facilities. At a city council hearing in March, DOC was asked about the status of DOI's recommendations, particularly regarding the placement of CO lockers and the use of scanners at staff entrances. The deputy commissioner blamed the lack of funds and the transition to borough-based facilities for why that hadn't been implemented. DOC says it deploys every resource and strategy to prevent contraband in the jails, then explain why they went out of their way to reverse a ban on cargo pants on officers after they had been banned in 2018 to reduce DOC staff's capacity to bring narcotics into the facilities undetected. Narcotics are not detected by the magnetometers, and DOI has observed staff concealing narcotics in their socks, underwear, shirts, pants, demonstrating the limits of the magnetometers to prevent contraband smuggling. The only zero tolerance policy in DOC is regarding its respect for the rights of people in custody. If this variance is passed, we can expect further limitations on mail to inevitably follow. The Legal Aid Society strongly suggests that any meaningful effort to address contraband in the jails should start with implementing the staff screening recommendations contained in the 2024 DOI report.
Thank you. Sarita Daftery, followed by Michael Klinger.
Good afternoon again, board members. Thank you. My name is Sarita Daftery. I urge the board to reject the mail variance proposed by the Department of Correction. The Department of Investigations the Department of Investigation has made many important recommendations around this. Last year, when they tried to determine the reliability of fentanyl field tests used by DOC to evaluate the basis of DOC's position that fentanyl is primarily introduced through mail, DOI submitted 71 items to a private laboratory to be tested for the presence of fentanyl. These are items that DOC had identified as having fentanyl. They found that only 15% of the items that had tested positive for fentanyl in DOC field tests tested positive for fentanyl in the laboratory setting. That means DOC field tests produce a false positive for an average of 85% of items tested. That is unacceptable. Based on that report, DOI made several recommendations, including that DOC should issue a written policy prohibiting the arrest of any person based solely on a positive field test result. They should conduct a formal review to determine the extent to which people in custody or their visitors may have been administratively sanctioned based on false positive field tests, and conduct further study on the reliability of field tests for fentanyl. To our knowledge, DOC has not taken any of those steps, but they are proposing a variance to further limit the rights and privacy of people in their custody. As far, as we saw today, also, DOC has not implemented universal screening of their own employees. The Department of Investigation also said, in reference to DOC's efforts to restrict mail, to the extent that the department is focused on controlling the mail system better, that is not going to address what, in our view, is at least an equally significant, if not more significant, source of contraband, which is contraband that is smuggled in through staff. That is the quote from the Department of Investigation. This, of course, verifies what incarcerated people and family members have long been saying. DOC's proposal would also further result in delayed delivery of mail, which is already a source of frustration for people in custody. We frequently hear from our members that the mail on Rikers is entirely unreliable. And the most recent published grievance report shows that in the first 3 months of this year, DOC received 287 formal complaints related to mail. Furthermore, our members have seen that drug use proliferates in jails when people have nothing better to do. Due to the actions of this administration, Rikers has been without outside program providers for nearly 2 years now. DOC should not be able to create a situation that worsens conditions for people in custody and then use that as a justification to implement harsher and more restrictive policies. Real quickly, I did want to address one thing about the capital spending on scanners. That is not impacted by the mandatory closure of Rikers by 2027 because that is equipment that can move and should move with the department to the borough jails. So we can discard that, concern. And thank you. I again urge the board to reject the variance.
Thank you. Michael Klinger, followed by Natalie Fiorenzo.
Good afternoon, and thank you again for the opportunity to provide some comment. My name is Michael Klinger. I'm a jail services attorney with Brooklyn Defender Services. In November 2024, the Department of Investigation released 2 reports, one on contraband smuggling in the jails and another on the department's reliance on inaccurate field testing technology for detecting fentanyl. DOI found that the department had failed to fully implement recommendations from earlier reports, including a 2014 review of security failures and a 2018 investigation into front gate lapses. The November reports reiterated those recommendations, such as placing staff locker rooms before security checkpoints or expanding K-9 unit use at entrances, restricting staff access to authorized areas, and tightening screening of vendors and non-DOC personnel. On field testing, DOI revealed an 85% false positive rate in the department's chosen technologies. Crucially, every single mail sample cited by former Commissioner Molina as fentanyl soaked tested negative upon confirmation. DOI urged the department to reevaluate its reliance on mail-focused enforcement, which was driven by unreliable test results. Yet today's variance request proposes continued inspection of all non-privileged mail and vague further screening using technology. To the extent the department may provide information on that technology pursuant to the request from Board Member Stossel, perhaps it doesn't make sense to vote on this variance until that information is provided. Rather than acting on credible findings, the department appears to be doubling down on a failed approach, relying really heavily on a single cherry-picked journal article that is not about New York City, while continuing to ignore New York City's own Department of Investigation reports, which focus solely on New York City. Under the board's rules, the department must show that it has made the best efforts and that the variance is necessary and justified. At this time, it has done neither. We urge the board to deny this variance and instead require monthly updates on the department's progress in implementing the DOI's actual recommendations to reduce contraband in the jails. Thank you.
Excuse me, 1 second. In the rear, could you please close the door? Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie Fiorenzo.
Hi, good afternoon again. My name is Natalie Fiorenzo. I'm a senior corrections specialist at New York County Defender Services. More than 2 years ago, the department requested a male variance for these same reasons. The presence of drugs in the jail is alarming and dangerous. You had the foresight to strike down that request, taking heed to the immeasurable value of correspondence with the outside world for those who are incarcerated. Today, we have a different variance, but strategically so. This variance may appear more innocuous, but the effects will be and have been detrimental. I talk to incarcerated people every day. There are some issues that come up a lot and some that come up less frequently. One of the less frequent issues is mail. However, since about February, multiple people have brought up mail concerns to me, stating that someone sent the mail months ago, but they still have not received it. I have a feeling this variance has already been in practice for some time, and DOC is just coming to you now to get official approval. In the end, you were right to reject that variance from 2023 because it was revealed just a few months ago that the fentanyl tests DOC uses have an 85% false positivity rate. Not only that, but CHS's report that is included in this variance request actually shows a decrease in both Narcan and suspected overdose events from 2023 to 2024. So I'm not sure why that evidence is being used to claim that this is an increasing concern. Finally, as advocates have mentioned countless times today and before, the real culprit here when we're talking about the influx of drugs is not through mail. There are airport-style body scanners at RNDC, Rosie's, and GRVC, but I have never once seen an officer go through any of them. I've waited at each of those facilities for upwards of 3 hours waiting to see a client during tour changes where dozens of officers are coming through. And again, not once have I seen anyone go through the body scanners. They're complaining about the time that it would take, but they're simply passing that extra time on to the people in custody who will be waiting for their mail. If DOC is in fact committed to deploying every available resource and strategy to prevent illegal substances from entering their jails, I suggest they use their body scanners and make Narcan available to people in custody, rather than come after one of the only ties incarcerated individuals have to the outside world and their loved ones. Thank you.
Thank you. And now to our remote commenters. Is Roger Clark online? Okay, Khalil Solkar.
Hello, hi. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Hello. All right. Thank you to the members of the Board of Correction for the opportunity to testify on behalf of New York City Comptroller Brad Lander. My name is Khalil Solkar, Strategic Organizer for Community Safety and Restorative Justice in the Comptroller's Office. Our office is extremely disappointed to see the board take up this issue again after our office advocated at her Don't Let DOC Ban Love rally against attempted changes to mail access for incarcerated people in NYC jails. We are glad our opposition helped to inform the board's decision to withhold this request from a formal vote, which would have eliminated physical mail and put a limit on packages entering Rikers and other jail facilities. Once again, we urge the board to reject this variance request. The proposed variance would allow DOC to open all incoming non-privileged mail outside the presence of the intended person in custody, ostensibly to better screen for contraband. While the goal for reducing contraband in city jails is critical, this measure would infringe upon the privacy and civil rights of people in custody and would likely lead to significant delays in mail delivery, with little evidence that would meaningfully reduce contraband. As we stated in our previous testimony when DOC sought a similar variance, the department has failed to implement key recommendations from both the 2018 and 2024 DOI reports addressing contraband smuggling within the DOC. These include recommendations such as deploying non-uniform screeners, relocating staff locker rooms, and using verified lab testing rather than the unreliable field tests for recovered substances. The 2024 DOI report reinforced what many advocates and oversight bodies have long known, that DOC staff remain a major source of contraband entering city jails. The report revealed that DOC staff can bring in hundreds of pages of fentanyl-laced paper at a time, while incarcerated individuals might manage to bring in 1 or 2 pieces of contraband mail, if any. Despite this, the department continues to focus enforcement efforts on correspondence rather than the more significant vulnerability, which is staff-led smuggling. As has been testified previously, field tests by DOC have been shown to be unreliable. According to the 2024 DOI report, these tests are rarely followed by laboratory verification, even though manufacturers recommend such confirmation. This lack of due diligence is concerning, especially given the growing body of field tests frequently produce false positives. The board should not endorse a policy that deflects systemic issues within the DOC's control while expanding surveillance of people in custody. Instead, the board should urge DOC to focus on implementing DOI's recommendations, including assigning independent front rate screeners without conflicts of interest, prohibiting DOC staff from entering with unsealed containers, requiring ID swipes to monitor staff movement and discourage unauthorized presence, establishing stricter application reviews for outside agency or vendor staff, rotating high-risk individuals, and creating a classification system for individuals attempting to bribe staff. Earlier today, Federal Judge Laura Taylor Swain reaffirmed her decision to take Rikers Island into the hands of an independent remediation manager, citing DOC's leadership's unwillingness or inability to implement required reforms, underscoring the comptroller's concerns that cast serious doubt on whether the department can implement this variance in a manner that improves safety or security. There is no justification for expanding surveillance of people in custody when DOC has not yet addressed its internal vulnerabilities. I urge the board to reject this variance request and instead call for full implementation of DOI's recommendation to create safer, more transparent, and more accountable jail operations in New York City. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you. That does conclude public comment, but I would like to bring back board comments because I do have a couple of questions I'm going to reserve just for myself because I didn't ask any questions to DC Walsh and Daugherty. If you both can address a couple of questions. The two facilities that do not have mectometers, how do you rate the number of incidents of contraband versus those that do have mectometers?
We'd have to get back to you on that. We don't have that information with us at today's meeting.
There's no alarming disparities or differences that you can just talk?
Yeah, I just want to correct what I had said earlier. The two facilities that don't have the body scanner is NIC and West facility, but they do have
Line scanners and magometers.
Okay. That's NIC and West.
correct.
Okay. Next question, those two facilities, do you have any pilot program in mind to maybe until the end of the summer when you are fully capable in your security measures to have them float to another facility for checkpoints and then assigned to their regular facility?
No, we have not had discussions about that.
Is that something feasible in the hourly or lead time for officer report to duty?
Not having had time to think about that or talk about it with our colleagues, I'd say, you know, I can't comment on that without discussion.
Okay. Lastly, I'd just like to say that before we go to a vote on the variances, that saving someone's life, you know, or serious injury due to substance contraband use is critical, but privacy is also critical. And so that balance is very important, and it appears to be so for many of these board members here and communities who made testimony today before us. So as we proceed, I'd like for those two, you know, spaces to really be taken into consideration, privacy and and that of serious injury and death, because that's been a problem regardless in the department, and we have to find better ways to resolve that. And that's all of us. And sometimes decisions are made that may not satisfy all of us, but I think that we have to make these steps. Okay? So, yes, go ahead, Vice Chair.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I think we had established before that when mail comes in that is, I want to say tagged as contraband, that there is really no way to directly correlate that mail to the PIC that it was intended for legally, right? I think we said that. So now I'm confused. So if we can't, there should be no way that we can actually punish the PIC that the mail was for, then what happens to the PIC's mail? Because I know you said that we're not talking about photocopying, but if we're not punishing, and we shouldn't be, the PIC, then if the mail is tagged for contraband, then there should be a mechanism where that mail is then photocopied and going on to its destination with the PIC, because we're not punishing them. So there should be some type of leeway with that.
I think you can make a recommendation for a modification to the variance.
Just on that point, we really do have to take that back to the specialists that deal in this, because what you're talking about is now taking a contaminated item and putting it into a copy machine, a potentially contaminated item, and copying it, and then putting it in a copy machine. And we have to just take a look at what's the consequence of that with respect to the machines themselves. I mean, I would add, just for the board's own information, I mean, there are jurisdictions that actually photocopy every single piece of mail, both privileged and non-privileged, which, again, we're not nearly approaching here with this ask on the variance, but that is not an uncommon practice at all. And just for clarity's sake, just so we're very clear on the issue of scanning, every facility has magnetometers to detect any type of metal or other types of things, and there's a screening process. I think just for clarity, the two items that in NIC and West that are not there are these ionizer machines that have that are randomized. So there is a screening process in every facility, and also, I mean, the board is aware of the populations in West and NIC, and I don't have specific numbers, but I know that the contraband, specifically narcotics issue in those facilities, is not quite as great as the other ones, and where we do have these more, the ionized machines for the staff as well. So I just wanted to mention that for clarity's sake. Chair, Vice Chair, I don't have a specific answer on the copying, and I appreciate that. What we're seeing is we're going to keep a record of these, obviously, and notify the persons in custody when something is found. But whether or not we could actually make a photocopy of it, we'd have to get back to the board, quickly on that, because I don't know what the contamination consequences could be on the copy machines that we have.
We're done with the questioning at this point. Apologies. We're done with the questioning, sir, for this. Okay, we're done with the comments for this section. I'd like to, will a board member move to a vote? Make a motion for a vote on the requested variance?
Sorry.
So move.
Is there a second?
I just wanted to make a motion to table this to the next meeting, given that we have some questions that haven't been answered about accuracy. I think some of the public commentators who have been requesting clarification about the DOI report are talking about field testing, which DOC is not proposing to use now, but we don't have the accuracy data about the machines yet. It seems maybe difficult for us to make a decision about this in the absence of that data. So just wanted to make that recommendation.
Thank you, board member. Board Member Jude?
Yeah, I was going to concur with Dr. Stossel, because I'm not certain that, in my mind, that, of course, inmates' health and well-being is paramount, but we also have to take into consideration privacy. So
Yeah, there,
There's a motion for the variance.
I understand, yes. In fact, there's not a motion on the floor because it has not been seconded. And so there's no motion, it's just still discussion right now until there's a second. So I'll ask if there's no second on Board Member Jude's motion, I'll take another motion, probably Dr. Stossel's motion, and we can move forward with discussion. Is there a second on the motion for the variance on the floor? Okay, so to move forward, no, to move forward with a vote with the current variance. Okay, so,
But she made the motion.
yeah. Please, Dr. Cohen, please, we understand what's going on. You can make a statement.
I know it's not popular with the advocates, but we're only talking about, what, 3 months? That's all, just 3 months. And if it could save one person's life, we can require from the department some stringent responses. Just 3 months, that's all they want right now.
You're out of order, please.
So this might reduce it.
Please,
So that's my position.
is there a second on the motion on the floor? Okay, I'll ask for a final. Is there a second for the variance regarding mail? Okay, there being none, this motion does not move forward. Is there another motion on the floor that Dr. Stossel alluded to, or
Can I make that motion? I move
you?
delay for a month and.
Just please, just state it.
Thank you. I would move to delay the vote for a month to further discuss accuracy.
And if you can just add a little more specificity for the department to deliver to this board.
Yes, I would request that the department provide accuracy data for the machines that would include false positive rates, sensitivity and specificity of the machines being considered for screening the mail.
Is there a second? Second. Questions, discussion? Dr. Cohen, turn your mic on, please, sir, if it's not.
Yeah. Obviously, the department should have known this already, but I don't think we need to, we don't need to have further discussion on this motion. Best, since it has not gotten the majority or any votes, should just drop it. So I vote no.
Any other discussions? We're not at a vote yet, but on discussion. Any further discussion, board members? Okay, all those in favor of Dr. Stossel's motion to table discussion for a month pending verification, and I'm paraphrasing, of accuracy of the machinery and the like, and the staff will get the correct language for us.
Point of procedure.
Yes.
You can't amend a table of motion which has been defeated.
We were on a new motion, sir. We were on a new motion that was seconded. And you said you voted no, but a vote call has not.
Well,
been
I'm
made.
just clarifying, if we,
I'm just clarifying. Okay, we're on a different motion. So I'll call for a vote to Dr. Stassel's motion to table for 1 month. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
nay.
Abstention? 2 abstentions. I'm gonna have to go by roll call name on the votes. Board Member Jude,
Yes.
Board Member Pitts,
Abstain.
Board Member Cohen,
This is not a reasonable motion because we've defeated it, but I say vote no if the chair allows such
Thank
this
you.
procedure to continue.
Thank you, Dr. Cohen.
You're welcome.
Okay. Board Member Judge Carrier,
Yes.
Board Member Stassel.
I think I have to abstain due to confusion.
I
I
don't,
apologize.
I don't know if you can abstain.
Yeah, I can.
It's your motion.
She can.
She can abstain. Vice Chair.
So I am confused. I want to say that, and I'm going to be the first one to just put it in words. I am confused. I would like to ask for our council to give us clear direction on whether we can enter into a motion after a motion that has not been tabled, that has been just clearly Xed out. Like, I need to know where we're going with this, the legalities of this.
There's no legalities. A motion was on the floor, it was seconded, and
Okay,
we
but-
proceeded with the motion.
Chair, I do need to hear from our general counsel who can just give us the legalities of it. Like, what are we doing here? I do.
So our council has advised that the motion was indeed defeated initially. And so there is no variance request to table since it was defeated. Is that what?
Thank you. Thank you.
So based on legal counsel's position on Robert's rules, we will move forward. The motion has not carried and a variance has not been awarded for male variance. So now we'll go to DOC updates. We will now hear updates from the department, update on the operation of the special management unit.
Chair, I'm sorry, just before we get to that point, on the last point that you made regarding whether or not the motion was defeated, according to Robert Rules of Order, what happened here was that the motion died, not that it was defeated, which is a pretty significant distinguishment because that means that it just wasn't voted on at all. So I'd ask the council at least to look into that and consider that going forward if we, maybe not for today, but as soon as possible so that we could possibly revisit this in the future if we have to.
If council can make a note to get a full determination of what occurred based on the contestant from council, DOC's counsel on the facts as he knows it. And that will determine how we proceed at the next board meeting or a special session regarding the variance requests. Now, DOC updates, who's handling updates on the SMU?
Okay, good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Lisa Barnaby. I am the acting warden of Otis Bantam Correctional Center, also known as OBCC. As part of our ongoing commitment to transparency and to ensure that the board remains informed about the unit's operations, I am here today to provide an update on the department's Specialized Management Unit, also known as SMU, which I will also use currently. Specifically, I'd like to take a moment to share how the department is managing serious incidents that have occurred in the unit since its implementation. The goal of the SMU operation is to prevent and to minimize acts of violence and disruption throughout the facilities. Special Management Unit remains a critical tool in the department's overall strategy to manage acts of violence within the jails. It is important to keep in mind that individuals who have been placed in Special Management Unit have been placed in part due to a demonstrated propensity for serious acts of violence, orchestrating act of violence, assault on staff, and engaging in facility-level disruptions with general population, and also having a maximum classification score of 20+. Through the housing process, a closer look on the individual's behavior enacted in the unit will be made by leadership, as well as individuals will be afforded enhanced programming to decrease the root cause of violent behavior, which we all can agree upon is idolism. Since opening on February 5th, a total of 6 serious incidents have occurred in the Special Management Unit. These incidents involve slashings to individuals in custody, which is also a serious injury. We had 2 in February, 0 in March, 3 in April, and 1 in May. The department has taken several concrete steps to prevent further acts of violence in the unit. Operational procedures were updated to include a steadily assigned deputy warden who now oversees directly the unit and reports to the unit at least 2 times within her tour. Her tour is from 11 to 7. In order to enhance safety, more frequent random pat-first strip searches and cell searches are conducted by security staff. This operation has given us the opportunity to do 3 weapon discoveries and 5 drug discoveries on a total of 8 searches. And this has been discovered within the first week of newly assigned individuals to the unit. With the uptake in the searches, the individuals usually have about less than a week to keep their item with them because they have a chance of being searched more frequently. Also, to help prevent the movement of contraband, only authorized staff are allowed to enter the unit. No staff members are authorized to bring any items into the housing area at any time. The housing area entrance door and windows have been tinted to prevent individuals from seeing outside and preventing the neighboring housing area, which houses general population individuals next door, from seeing inside. The door has also been plated with covers to avoid the gap underneath and on the side of the door in which individuals were known to pass items through. These steps taken have minimized contraband items, especially weapons, from entering the unit. Lastly, continued procedural changes include placing individuals housed in the unit in single pens within the intake area rather than grouping them in pens with other persons in custody while they await transport to court. And when coming back from court, they are immediately searched and escorted directly back to their housing unit and never remaining in the intake. All staff assigned to the unit have been trained on these enhanced procedures. They are also given on a daily a face sheet which shows each individual who's in the housing area along with their classification, their security risk group, their religion, anything you might want to know about that individual. The staff on scene will have that readily available to them. Since the implementation of these changes, there has been a notable reduction in violence acted out upon within the unit by some of the most assaultive and misbehaved individuals. Since the opening of SMU in February, we continue to assess operations closely and address early challenges through procedural refinement and oversight. I would like to bring to your attention a little bit of data. Within 90 days of opening, a total of 23 use of forces occurred, 9 of which were inmate-on-inmate related, 14 of which were non-inmate on inmate related, some individuals given the same use of forces of the 14. So we really just have 9 incidents. Within 90 days of opening, a total of 6 active violences occurred, which is a 6% rate of PICs in that unit being made the subject of receiving a serious injury when being involved in a fight. Within 90 days of opening the unit, it was a total of 5 assault of staff, which is a 5% rate of staff being made the victim of an assault by an individual. Within 90 days of the population establishing, we have assigned 67 individuals to the unit, with 25 of them returning to rush placement, which was a regression of the population. Those PICs usually only last about a week, and then they are transferred directly to rush. I like to call this the success story of the unit. We have 15 individuals who have been repopulated into general population, where they have maintained general population status from their removal. 3 of which have graduated the unit with a completion of 60 days. Those were individuals who you would consider challenging population. Those were individuals who you would not think would be able to graduate such a restrictive housing unit. However, they have, and they are excelling in general population. We have also discharged a total of 12 individuals within less than 30 days and in 30 days. Those individuals have exhibited no infractions while in the unit, have exhibited no misbehavior, and have also went along with the program services that's in the unit. Lastly, department and I continue to evaluate and strengthen our practices within the unit to ensure that individuals who are placed there, as well as the staff assigned to the unit, are safe. Our efforts are focused on continuing to identify and address potential vulnerabilities, enhancing staff preparedness, and implementing strategies that mitigate violence before it occurs. I take this time to tell you thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I welcome any questions you may have.
I'm sorry, your name and title again?
My name is Lisa Barnaby. I'm the acting warden of Otis Bantam Correctional Center.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Any questions regarding SMU from the board? Judge Corsia.
The idea as far as SMU is concerned is that it's supposed to be an administrative management unit rather than a restrictive unit. The idea, I guess, was that there would be up to 7 hours of lockout time for individuals in SMU. But based upon the information that we received, between February 10 and May 4, there were at least 39 documented emergency lock-ins, which totally disrupted the ability of PICs and SMU to have the required lockout time. So, I mean, what is being done? And of course, part of that is a coordination problem because of the timing, 10 to 6. So how is that being addressed? Because it seems to me that is fundamental, since obviously it is a digression as it is from the minimum standards.
I appreciate your concern, sir. As the acting warden of the unit, I have went around and I have not allowed them to lock in during when we have a TSO, which would affect the whole facility. I also went around them not being locked in to ensure that they were given the opportunity to have their 7 hours out. However, when given that opportunity on 2 occasions, they resulted in misbehavior, which resulted in a disruption of the building's facility operations while on a lockdown. So at that time, they were then needed to be locked in. However, they have been locked in based on their violence, which I have already stated. They have conducted 6 active violences. Those active violences will cause a lockdown. But yes, the facility, I, as the acting warden, with the approval of the Deputy Commissioner of Security, have granted them to circumvent being locked in. However, with the misbehavior, we had to make sure that they were also locked down along with the facility. And I also like to think of the unit as a reformative unit. I don't really think of it as restrictive. I like to look at it as a unit where it's changed behavior. The individuals go inside, they learn to make up their bed before exiting. They're properly dressed before exiting. They adhere to the option lock in and out. They go lock in immediately. Their lock-ins are like 10 minutes delayed at the top. I feel it's a good performative measure before introducing this level of individual back to the population. So I don't look at it as restrictive. I look at it as reformative.
Yes, acting warden, in follow-up to Judge Corsia's questions. When the judge and I first visited SMU when it first opened, and understanding and comments that came from the department, it was that this would help reduce violence, this particular unit. And all of the indicators that I received at that time, I wondered and I stated, how will it reduce violence? And you're sort of confirming that it has not reduced violence just by the number of lock-ins and the number of incidents that are happening. So could you maybe restate or reclarify what is the
I'll
purpose of
reclarify
this?
that. 6 incidents out of 90 days, I don't think that is a defeat. I think that is a win coming from the population that is housed in there. As I stated already for the record, they are assaultive, they orchestrate violence, they are very, very misbehaved individuals. However, 6 incidents out of 90 days is a win for the population that we have currently housed in that unit. These individuals are housed with multiple security risk groups, which is also different gangs. You can catch them on a daily commingling with each other, learning to get along with each other. Sometimes, as I stated, when they initially come in, that is when the most incidents happen on the initial coming. Within the first week, if they don't act out within the first week, the rest of the program goes very well. The first week when they enter, yes, sir, they do act out, yes.
Our staff had reviewed the number of incidents. I'm just searching, but I think I recall a number of like 37. And don't hold me to that yet, but we're going to confirm
I'm sorry, of what, sir?
of violent incidents.
No, sir, it was a total of 23 use of forces, and we have 6 active violences.
We're just going to read our findings and
Yes,
and then you can speak to it.
Yes.
I like this. This is Steve Frage. I'd like to add something new to this also. In reference to the personnel that are assigned there. The reality of it is there's 20, how many total in there right now? 21 people assigned there. And those are PRCs that we have that have a history of problematic concerns. And those 25 would be in 7 different locations, which cause other concerns and violence that were happening at the facility. In this case, we're putting them in a facility in an area where it's all reinforced with personnel, with special training, to teach them, as you said, make their beds, as opposed to them being scattered throughout the whole island where they have incidents that occur in those areas, whether it's, bullying and things of that nature or those aspects. So it is a better case in the sense where we can manage the personnel a lot better because these are all problematic personnel that have concerns and issues that we've documented prior to being there, but they don't meet the qualifications of going to a restrictive housing as a RESH. Is there some way for us to manage and control it better to ensure that at least if we're going to have concerns, it's in the same area we can manage it better? And that's one of the reasons why we have this specific special management unit.
All right, thank you. We're going to read that and then we'll come to you, Dr. Bowen, just our findings over the series of the opening of SMU.
Yes, sir.
Have you seen our report on this?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So there's been a total of approximately 85 incidents documented from February 6th to May 9th, 2025 in the SMU. And this does not reflect incidents that did not reach the level of reporting. So I'll just go by the different categories. Emergency lock-ins, there were 39 cases, which are the most frequent, often facility-wide lockdowns in response to behavioral disruptions or safety threats. Use of force, Class C, there were 15 cases, frequently triggered by refusals to follow direct orders, leading to cell extractions or physical engagements by officers. Self-injurious behavior, 8 cases. Some reports mention people in custody harming themselves with sharp objects or by striking walls. Department property damage, 4 cases involve the destruction of institutional fixtures or equipment, often following tension with staff. Discovery of contraband, 4 cases. Razor blades were recovered during a search of inmate cells. A sharpened toothbrush and metal fragments were found. Dangerous articles is another category, 3 cases. Sharpened metal objects described as potential weapons and modified padlock tied to a sock. Slashings, 3 cases. There have been 3 incidents of slashings from February to April, 2 cases of fires. And I know as of May 9th, there was another attempted suicide which the department calls self-injurious behavior.
Ma'am, the only thing that I can agree with is the amount of total of fires, that is 2. However, the self-injury is a total of 6. We did have one in May, but that was nothing to do with suicide at all. You did mention the discovery of contraband. Yes, we discovered 8 contraband finds. The lockdowns in the beginning, when the unit opened in February, they did see the most of their lockdowns. However, in the month of March, we did eliminate that. However, in the month of April, it did come back. So the 39 lockdowns is correct. However, again, I worked diligently in that unit, and unfortunately, I don't have those numbers that you have for that unit. But I would like to follow up, and I would like to be able to present you with the actual numbers moving forward so you guys can have the exact data that the facility and the department has.
We will, ask our staff to meet with you on that, because I think I don't know if we shared this with you prior to you coming today.
Forgot those numbers that you just said.
Okay, but, so we're going to give you an opportunity to discuss these numbers with our team.
Good afternoon. I'm Assistant Deputy Warden Raymond Sanchez. I'm also the Executive Officer of Custody Management. I just want to piggyback on what Acting Warden Barnaby was detailing regarding her incident and numbers. This is more of individuals on individuals attack and individuals with staffing. Those other incidents, yes, they are reported and it is captured, but again, you just giving information and data regarding individuals committing acts of violence, assaults, or engaging in violent behavior. And also the 15 discharges that were removed from SMU to a general population has yet returned to either RESH or was processed back into the special management unit. And they are currently in general population.
Dr. Cohen?
This is a restrictive housing. This is like solitary. Aren't you supposed to notify the board before you create a unit like that?
Yeah, Dr. Cohen, this is, first of all, respectfully and to the chair, we addressed this issue several meetings ago when this first opened. So I don't know how fruitful it is to go back into the notification aspect of that. I don't know if Dr. Cohen was here or not. Nonetheless, it's a management unit. There is certain limitations on time out of cell and only time out of cell. And again, we discussed this fairly robustly, I think, at both the February and March meetings. So I don't know how, we still have a number of agenda items to go. So I don't know how deeply we want to go back into this topic again, because it was addressed already.
Yeah, I understand that.
Back to my other question.
Thank you. 1 second, Dr. Cohen. I can address your concerns.
I'm sorry.
The only reason that it's still an ongoing revisit of what it is, because I'm still not satisfied as the chair of this board that SMU should be active unit. And all of what I'm hearing is it's not justifying the existence of this SMU unit from day one. So if I want to hear more, and so we're going to continue to ask these questions time and time again until we are sort of satisfied that
And no, I'm not talking about not answering any questions. I'm talking about specifically what Dr. Cohen just asked about the notification and how it was established. We're happy to answer ongoing questions regarding its management and otherwise. So please make clear, I want to make clear like what I was saying. Is
I
there,
apologize for that.
no, don't apologize. I'm just, again, we'll talk about these updates and discuss any of the issues and that the board sees and continue this dialogue. But again, with the still significant agenda we have, I don't know how fruitful it is to rehash what we talked about in February.
I knew it was going to be a long day. I was going to bring sandwiches. I thought
That,
I'd make it
I
earlier,
understand, yeah.
But it's going to be a long day.
Yes, no, I know, but like I said, I don't know that we need to go backwards.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions on SMU?
Well, could you respond to, yes, I have some questions.
Go ahead.
Lockout time is what now?
Well, the lockout is still 7 hours. They lock out at 10 and they lock in at 1800 hours. They also lock in at 1500 hours, from 1500 hours to 1600 hours for the institutional count.
So there's some special quality to that. Is the law library, how is the law library access provided for people in SMU?
They're going directly to the law library, sir.
You don't have to fill out slips?
Yes, the escort comes to them and they sign up for the law library. The escort comes and take them to the law library.
And family visits?
Family visits are going strong. They're having their visits, sir.
And bedding and pillows are being provided to people?
Yes, sir.
They were not provided initially. Thank you.
Okay, any further questions before we move on to the next department item? Okay, thank you. We'll go on to update regarding the department's heat mitigation plan for the summer months.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Monique Antoine, Assistant Commissioner of Environmental Health Unit. As we prepare for the summer months, the department is continuing efforts to ensure people in custody can remain cool, especially as housing areas are reopened to accommodate the growing population. Regarding individuals who are clinically designated as heat sensitive by Correctional Health Service, CHS, departmental policy requires that heat-sensitive individuals are placed in air-conditioned units, consistent with medical considerations and security needs, unless a security override is authorized or a refusal form is signed. Currently, over 80% of the department's housing area are air-conditioned. Due to aging infrastructure, not all facilities can support the installation of air conditioning, but we are working to expand capacity where possible. In addition, staff monitor individuals for sign of heat-related illness in every housing area, and CHS is available 24/7 to provide care. Temperature monitoring is conducted daily with reports submitted to my office, the Assistant Commissioners of Facilities, wardens, and tow commanders. If temperatures exceed 80 degrees Fahrenheit in air-conditioned areas, the department begins 2-hour temperature monitoring, initiates repairs, and relocates heat-sensitive individuals if necessary. In non-air-conditioned areas, 2 fans are provided, and ice is distributed between 12 p.m. and 4 p.m. when outdoor temperatures exceed 80 degrees Fahrenheit. We also encourage rest breaks and cool showers, with 1 designated shower station per housing area for cooling. To ensure comfort during the summer, and as per protocol, we provide uniforms with shorts and t-shirts, which will be distributed during the week of May 19th. We've also surveyed facilities for their fan needs and placed an additional order to meet any gaps. Facilities can request ice cambros if needed, and these requests are typically approved within 24 hours. We will also communicate our hot weather protocol to all staff through all internal communication channels. We will also inform individuals in custody about steps they can take to stay cool and avoid heat-related illnesses through posters, flyers, tablets, and the sick call triage hotline in partnership with CHS. In the coming days, the department's hot weather protocol will be posted on our public website as we do every year. All internal stakeholders will be in constant communication as our hot weather protocol goes into effect, and we will keep the board informed if there are any updates. Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions from the board?
It's disappointing that we've had this discussion. I've been on the board for a long time. You don't air condition the facilities. And you know that you're not air conditioning the facilities. You know you're not getting anywhere close to a new facility. So I think there's a tremendous disrespect to your staff and to the people inside for not air conditioning. Do you monitor temperatures in the non-housing areas like day rooms, dorm, program areas?
Temperatures are monitored in the day rooms, but not in program areas.
Not in program areas.
No.
When was the facility's ventilation system last inspected, these facilities?
I will have to refer to DC Doherty.
Hi, Dr. Cohen. Yeah, we do the inspection. It roughly takes about 60 days to do the inspection. It happens every June. So normally by the end of the report, we get the report results at the end of every June.
Okay. And how's that going?
It's going well.
Are there any areas that are problematic?
Not at this time.
None.
Not to my knowledge, not at this time. I don't have that information. Nothing that's been raised to my concern of problematic.
Okay. Are you satisfied with the previous systems of distributing water and ice to people in custody?
Yes, I am actually based, even the Board of Correction heat mitigation efforts last year showed that the department was in 100% compliance with ice and fan distribution. So we're in compliance with our own policies.
Is that it, Dr. Cohen?
That's it.
Okay, our executive director has a question for you.
Sure.
Hi.
Hello.
Is DOC checking temperatures in every housing area daily?
It is not possible for us to do every housing area daily. So for example, you have a building and that building has 8 housing area and it's the same system. For us to do all 8 areas, we just would do a percentage of the areas. And it's done on a rotational basis. There are some exceptions. We take temperatures daily in the clinics and mental health areas.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I do have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, you talked about a security. Hello? Oh, yeah. You talked about a security override for those who can be housed in what you consider heat-sensitive areas. What is the security override? What does that entail? What are the qualifications? What is the classification for that?
Address that. Security overrides. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Deb Sanchez again. So a heat-sensitive override will be required for individuals. In the past, when we had our ESH in different facilities that did not accommodate the heat-sensitive areas. However, today we have ESH currently in RESH that's all accommodated in heat-sensitive housing. So the override is no longer needed for those restrictive areas.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. The next item for the department, and I don't know if we addressed this, but update regarding the department's plan to address capacity issues given the steady rise of the jail population. I think we addressed this in overcrowding, but it's here. So does anyone have a presentation or that differs from overcrowding. I'd just like to give you that opportunity if necessary.
Good afternoon again, sir. We don't have anything to present, but we can answer questions. if you have
Excuse me,
questions.
1 second. If you can give me 1 second before you proceed. Yes, I'm sorry. Please proceed. Thank you.
As I was saying, if you have questions, we could answer them right now. Any concerns you have?
I don't think I think we've exhausted a lot of questions. I just wanted to give you an opportunity if you had a presentation that might have addressed something that was not talked regarding 6A or housing, increased housing units, anything that might benefit our thoughts as we move forward.
Well, good afternoon. Francis Torres, First Deputy Commissioner. Always a pleasure to be in your presence. I'm going to have the Senior Deputy Commissioner as well as ADW Sanchez jump in at any time. But I would like to actually provide you with an overview of what we have been facing and what it is our responsibility on how to address bed capacity. Overcrowding and bed capacity is something that we have been managing as a department for the last few months. You already know it. You accepted our variances, and we went over the variances today. We have already addressed and shared with you where it is that we are currently as it relates to the state-ready individuals in our custody that we have not been able to transfer to the state. You also are fully aware of the increase on our census. Presently, we have over 7,500 persons in custody, a number that we have not seen since 2018 and 2019. If we go back to that period of time, you have seen an increase that back then we managed differently. Let me highlight for you very key factors of what happened to us in 2018 to where we are right now. In 2018, when we had that population between 2018 and 2019, and at times we had about 8,000 plus PICs, we had additional commands opened. We had a larger number of staff members available. That is not what we're facing right now. What we are facing right now, and I'm not going to talk about the staffing, I'm going to focus on facilities. The number of facilities that are available to us right now for different reasons are not the same number of facilities that we had to our advantage in that period I described to you. So in seeing how the census increased, it became our obligation to ensure that every person coming into our custody had a bed. And so I think that I would like to add clarity because I hear about us opening up another area, segregation area. No, what we did was consolidate the population at Rosensinger into the main building and look into how best to use the annex towers to populate male persons in custody. Because the reality that we're facing right now, up until we transfer the 700 plus PICs to the state, is that we don't have additional bed space other than what we have right now and other than what we could potentially explore. So when we use the term that you now use as resh, annex, non-resh. For us, it became resh annex at Rosensinger. We have opened up the second floor. That's the only floor we have opened up so far at Rosensinger Annex. Originally, in managing the population, we temporarily used Building 10 at Resch. But once the building, the second floor, was reconditioned, once we were able to refurnish and reconfigure the use of the 800-bed programs corridor on the first floor, we were able to transfer those that we had in Building 10 Resch GP sentenced into the second floor. The first floor programs corridor has been refurbished in a way that, number one, the auditorium is right now where we conduct religious services for the male population. We have created a mosque for the male population. We have incorporated a law library for the male population. We have added 2 offices for our partners at CHS for them to conduct mental services and mental discharge planning. And so these programs corridor also have social services, tablet operations, and I'm sure that if I'm forgetting something else, Deputy Commissioner McCarty will jump and say. We have worked with our partners at CHS to best provide medical services, but we know that that service is something that we need to address further. We are constructing a mini clinic on the second floor that will be used for them to actually respond to any type of medical urgency, moving away from having to put the strain on the Resch Annex clinic that is operated by CHS. We have also submitted to our partners at CHS a new plan for them to consider. Conversations regarding clinic, physical structure of clinic are ongoing with our partners at CHS. If you want us to describe further what the census is of the male population at the second floor of Rosie's, we'll be more than happy to, and I will defer to ADW Sanchez and the Senior Deputy Commissioner. We are committed to ensuring that every person in custody has a bed. And so for that reason, we also have the first floor at the annex ready and on standby. We also have the third floor at the annex, which we are working on. Thank you.
Lastly, sir, just a quick edit on her comments. First, we discussed several things that you have stated here in reference to us being prepared or having the personnel to manage the new annex, what we'll call RMS annex or Resch annex. The first part was the fact that we do have the personnel. We had 103 graduates from the academy. Those 103 graduates from the academy are probationary officers, and they were going to be in training in various locations throughout Rikers Island. We took 50 of them and put them all in the annex on the second floor. We ended up populating that area, and it's doubled up with double personnel. If we have to expand just because of this current crisis with the state, they're already doubled up. We can expand them somewhere else to actually cover those areas. So the personnel is not really concerned. There is no overtime allocated pretty much to that standards because everybody that was probation officer got merged in, and then their 50 were assigned there. And in some cases, our personnel are so resourceful, from GRBC to RNDC, who are each supposed to get about 18 new recruits, to lessen some of their overtime. They've struggled and stayed there without the personnel and continue to work the current shifts they're working and overtime shifts they're working with the people that have retired. And they've been moved to the annex to make sure we can facilitate managing that facility properly and safely and to give them a home. When the decision was made just recently not to vote on the variance request, it really puts in a situation that we don't have a choice on who we get. We don't have a choice on who we get. I believe last week on Wednesday, we had 80 new PICs come in. Thursday, another 60-something PICs, approximately. Friday, 50 PICs come in. Saturday, 30, and I believe Sunday was close to 25. It's going to continue to grow. It's going to continue to grow. So when we're sitting here requesting a variance, that can only help us manage it, because that's the whole purpose of us being here today as partners. We have to ask you. We've had instances where you weren't asked at the right time, and we discussed it about SMU, the special management unit before, and now we're asking you to tell you that we're in a situation where we have no choice but to take these PICs in when the courts push them our way. We can't just say no. They're coming. So now when they come and we lose this variance right now, we have 200 PICs we got to find homes for. We don't want to put those general population individuals in the annex. We specifically chose city sentenced people, low class, and we sent the list to CHS to verify that they had no medical concerns that would be stringent on us to get them the proper programs that they need to facilitate with the programs area to make sure that they had all their programs. So everybody there is low level, no medical concerns, city sentenced individual that aren't going to be problematic in the sense now we have to transfer every year. Right now we transfer them to physics through transportation. We transfer them to the yard at 3 o'clock and at 4 o'clock, one city sentence, one low level at the same time. We don't want to be in a situation now we have individuals that are higher class have to be moved because we have to follow, because we don't have an extension on a variance. That could help us manage. At minimum, give us the month to continue. If the state opens up, we'll have a flow where we can release them back. They took a total of, 35 people the past week? On Monday, they took 11. And then same thing on Tuesday this week. We called them back and said, hey, can you take individuals that are a lot more serious in nature to get them out of the facilities to make sure we can manage it better? We need your help to manage this. And all we're asking is that able to have the extension to at minimum, keep them where they are if we have to continue to populate within the next month or so, we'll see how the state responds. This is not a crisis that we created. The only thing that we're the beneficiaries of having to react to support and make sure that the PICs, which all the families are here have concerns about the PICs, have a safe environment to stay. We're going to be crippled in a sense without that variance to actually place them somewhere. We have nowhere to put them. We have to go to 60 beds or 50 beds and move them to where? You need swing space to move them. This is the only facility that's capable. Last thing I wanted to add, when you asked the question as to reasons why we chose RMSC, we did put in 2 proposals. We got denied by the SCOC to open up AMKC. The reality is the personnel was a lot easier to manage like I said, we took 50 people and put them in there with 4 captains. We have a warden and 2 assistant deputy wardens to manage this. Our current warden is managing that facility. So we're here to just discuss and to implore that at some point in time, realize that we're supposed to be a partnership here, a partnership to get the job done. I said, we can't be crippled and not be able to manage in some way to get the personnel in the right position to keep us in a safe environment and to keep our employees safe. I want to commend our employees, especially the corrections officers that are out there on the front line, the B-post supervisors managing and working these jobs, because guess what? When we pulled those 50 new officers that would have given them some relief for vacations this summer, it's hard when you can't have a weekend off for 6 weeks, a full weekend off. We had personnel to at least give them some kind of quality of life. Now we had to pull that, but yeah, they're still resourceful and they're out there working as hard as they can to ensure that they do their job properly. Yes, we all have flaws. There's things we have to work on and have to manage better. But at minimum, we are stressing and asking that Chairman and the entire committee here reconsider and give us the variance to at least do our job for the next 2 months to ensure we have somewhere to go with this. Right.
I'm sorry, I just want to add some numbers, so just so we can have a visual exactly what will be happening. So populating the Resch Annex, 2nd floor, it allowed us 200 beds. We have the 1st floor on standby that will allow us 100 beds. The variance alone in OBCC gave us additional 100 beds. West facility, 72 beds, EMTC 220 beds. That is a total of 392 beds that this variance allows the department. Again, the first floor is 100 beds on standby. If we have to go upstairs to the third floor, that is 200 beds additional. It still doesn't equate to this. The state did resume normal activities on the 5th of May. However, within May to today, they only accepted 35 individuals back into state custody. Our numbers is over 800, of which 775 are deemed state ready. When the state docs reported their strike back on February 17, to before they resumed normal activities to May 5th, they only took 42 individuals from DOC, which is in total 77 to today. With the census and our highest projection of new admissions occurring on a Wednesday and Thursdays, we're gonna easily hit 7,600 by next week or the following week.
One second. Thank you, First Deputy Commissioner, Senior Deputy Commissioner and Chief. This does add some light, and I hear sort of your request to reconsider a motion that died, which I'm told by legal that based on Robert's rules, we can bring this motion up again in another format. And based on the information I'm hearing, I would like the board to consider perhaps a 1 or 2 month variance for discussion that will allow you the tools to be able to operate. Because I mean, what you're telling me, I really don't know what you will do. And you probably will not be in compliance with.
And the
our
current
memos.
census in the Rush Annex second floor today is 155. Almost full.
Yeah.
And order, please. And then I'd like to say that also we've instituted a review of 6A by the board, and we didn't put a timeline, but I'd like for that to be sort of a simultaneous review that comes back within that month period.
Chair, if we are able to actually get together as soon as possible with with our newest board member and anyone else and the programs division, meaning reintegration, because they've been successful in running our 6A program, we'll be more than happy to make ourselves available as early as this afternoon after we all eat or tomorrow. Please just let us know when you would like us to meet. I would like to say the following. Commissioner McGinley-Leedy has been invested in 6A. That is her power. When you actually go back to the numbers between 2023, 2024, and present, she has released more. We welcome the opportunity to look at our criteria. But we have to make sure that in investing and moving forward with a different criteria for 6A, that we do it twofold. Number one, that the person that is being released is safe and is able to continue the expectations that we have set forth in being linked to FedCap, to WPA, to Fortune, to Osborne, and all of those partners that have been there regardless of, but that we also keep in mind public safety. For us, it's about making sure that the transition is smoothly for that PIC. But we cannot just open up the gate and release them freely without doing a complete assessment of what their needs and risks are. So we welcome the opportunity to be at the table with you.
Thank you very much, First Deputy Commissioner. That's certainly not my intent when I say a review of 6A or criteria. it's merely extra set of eyes to support that effort with the rising number of PICs that are coming into the system. And I'm probably going to ask Judge Kazir to be on that ad hoc committee as well with his judicial experience, because that, the legal eyes as well on that could be helpful with respect to how we move forward with that committee.
I want to be on that.
Next, I'd like to say, I'd like to entertain from this group, of board members, but we've heard from the department with regard to the urgent need. A 3-month variance died on overcrowding. We are looking at 6A with a extended view. Is this board open to a 1 or 2 month variance on overcrowding? And that I'm going to ask for deliberation on from this board and a motion.
You wouldn't let me speak before you.
I mean, I think you want to speak, please.
Yeah, I want to speak. A number of years ago, the department faced a problem of having an increasing population and not being able to figure out what to do with it. And the response was by the city and the state to release people. You should not be taking people from the state who who are already sentenced. They should be discharged by the state. It's not the city's responsibility to take the.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Dr. Cohen. This is, again, a fundamental misunderstanding of how the criminal justice system works, okay? Everyone that is sentenced pursuant to a securing order from a state judge that directs the Department of Correction to take them into custody pending some other alternative outcome to their case. We do not have the authority, we do not have the discretion, we do not have the ability to go and make a determination within the criminal justice system to say, sorry, just go ahead in the streets. I'm sorry. We've had this conversation before in this forum, and I cannot stress enough. These are conversations that you need to have, not with the Department of Correction. If you want to take it up with the Office of Court Administration, if you want to take it up with judges, if you want to take it up with the state, that's your prerogative to do so. What we have, and has been articulated here a number of times already, is an obligation to provide bed space safely and securely as best we could manage with what we are given. And the reality is right now we are facing upwards of 1,000 people that should not otherwise be in our custody. Nonetheless, the population is still up what projections would have been from 2020. We're not going to go back and revisit that either. But the situation we are dealing with right now is nearly 1,000 people that we should not have. We don't want them here. We would like for them to be either serving their sentences somewhere else where they should be, or otherwise out if their sentences, would eventually come to completion. But this is our reality right now. It's your reality as well.
Yes, well, thank you. And Dr. Cohen, I'll ask that you refrain from let's going back to that topic because it has been, opined several times. And
Well, I will just say that you can tell me that I shouldn't say.
Well,
But
hold on
I
one second,
will
Dr.
say that
Cohen.
we should not
Hold
be
on
involved.
1 second.
We
One
should not.
second, Dr. Cohen, please, 1 second. Okay, you're out of order. I let you speak openly many times, and I'm just saying you're out of order right now. I made a statement, and I stand by that statement. Now, we're going to move on. I'd like to, I would not like to see the department in non-compliance to our rules. That's not what this board, I don't think we're here for. And therefore, I would like board members to consider making a motion to grant a 1 month or a 2 month variance on overcrowding. to address the issues and concerns that were just raised by the department. In order for the board to deliberate and folks to cool off a minute, because it's been a long day, I would like to entertain a motion for a 10-minute recess.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
10-minute recess.
They can't
We will be resuming right now. Um, Okay. We are currently back in session. Thank you all for your patience. These are, some very complicated issues that we are dealing with here. So at this time, we've heard the concerns from the department on overcrowding. The motion earlier had died, which meant that by Robert's Rules of Order, that we can reemerge that motion or that variance vote. So at this time, I would like to see is there a motion to move the variance on overcrowding for the department.
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Discussion? Go ahead, Dr. Cohen.
Yeah, there are too many people in jail and too many people in prison right now. The board should not be facilitating an increase in the population. I really think that we should really understand what our, prisons, more people in jail, the more our rules will be violated, and our job is to keep the population as low as possible.
Board Member Jude?
Thank you. I find Dr. Cohen's rationale to be on point, but I also feel that we have an obligation also. And I think the department's position right now is untenable. So I would move towards having a 2-month variance.
Okay, so that is a motion for an amendment. So I think what we have to do is vote on the original 3-month and then vote for an amendment. So to a 2-month, if that's in order, if that's what I'm hearing. Okay. Yes, go ahead, Board Member.
Yeah, it's late and we all know that. I'm inclined to grant the variance, but only if we take a deep dive into 6A, because I heard someone say that it is up to DLC to look at public safety, where that is not your mandate. Your mandate is not public safety. Your mandate is secure custody and control of PICs on Rikers Island. So if we're not using 6A because we're looking at public safety, then we're not using it for the right reason, for the wrong reasons. So I'm inclined to agree, but only if we take a deep dive into 6A. And I want to see more PICs released under 6A, because that is an opportunity to alleviate the overcrowding that you have not been utilizing to the best of your ability. I'm just going to say that.
And just for the record, Board Member Skipper is on 6A ad hoc committee. That's going to be.
Oh, yes.
Her knowledge is important.
Aye.
Okay. Okay, so we have a motion on the floor for overcrowding, continuing variance. And then there's a motion on the, but don't we have to execute this? Okay, so we are discussing conditions, and a deep dive in the 6A is one of the conditions on this motion that I hear. Is there any other conditions on the motion? Yes, go ahead, Board Member Stas.
I guess, thank you. I think in addition to sort of an investigation of the eligibility criteria, I would also want there to be some commitment from the department that they are going to be maximizing releases under 6A with regard to the concerns that were raised about overcrowding rather than concerns related to public safety. I think given that in March of 2020, as somebody said, there were 300 people released in only 1 month, and there was 1% recidivism of that group. I think it's very clear that this is vastly underutilized. And with 550 people currently eligible and 392 beds being opened up by this variance, I think that really needs to be taken under consideration and maximized to a greater extent. And I'd be happy to speak in more detail, but I think Vice Chair Skip is really right about the public safety
Yeah, I
issue.
think that sort of concurs with a deep dive in the 6A. So I don't know if it's necessary to add that to the condition. I don't know if you concur, but
I guess more than, I think Dr. Cohen raised the concern about the board being the ones to sort of make decisions about who's eligible for release. So I think really for the department to be maximizing release as they did during the COVID pandemic, given that this is considered to be sort of a state of emergency that is requiring an overcrowding variance that is very concerning.
yeah, I just wanted to be clear that it is not this board's decision on 6A. I don't think the law allows that. It's our review, which is in our authority under the charter of the 6A program, because it is a part of the department's responsibility. And I think that making review and recommendations does not overstep our boundaries. But it is the department's decisions and the commissioner's decision on the 6A process.
I just want to say that there is no algorithm that can correctly predict recidivism. There is not one made. There is not one that will be made. But what we can do is make sure that everyone is set up to succeed. And that is under DOC's purview. So do we need to look at programming? Yes. Do we need to look at reentry programming? Yes. Do we need to look at bringing programs and initiatives in for the PICs so that when they step outside of Rikers Island, they are correctly positioned? Yes, we do. That is under you guys. And I need you to live up to that.
Also be included if we are going to consider a shorter time frame.
That is fine. The conditions that has been applied to the previous motion are acceptable.
Could you please then tell us what those conditions are?
Yes, I'll have Executive Director go through the conditions.
Are there any more? Because I could read all of them.
Are there any additional? I think we have the 6A and the other ones that were applied.
So the conditions would be that it would be a 2-month variance regarding the bed capacity at OBCC, EMTC, and West Facility. Another condition would be that the department would make a commitment to maximize releases under the 6A program as they did under the during the COVID pandemic. In addition to, in collaboration with BOC's ad hoc committee to review the 6A program, review the 6A program and come up with recommendations on how to maximize those releases. And now I'm going into the list of conditions that were previously approved in March. The first being the department must ask for a variance for all housing areas where the overcrowding standard or any other standard is being or is planned to be violated before action is taken and the board considers this request. 2, DOC will report monthly by the 10th of the next month all admissions and discharges from restrictive housing units, for example, West Facility, SMU, NYC. The report will include the reasons for admission to restrictive housing, the reason for discharge, and the discharge housing location, including discharge home. The department will report monthly by the 10th of each month current criteria used by the commissioner to identify sentenced persons in custody eligible for discharge, all admissions and discharges of sentenced persons, number of sentenced persons discharged by the commissioner under authority of the 6A program and their discharge housing plan, number of sentenced persons in custody who meet the department's 6A discharge criteria but remain incarcerated, episodes of violence, i.e. fights, slashing, stabbings, assaults on officers, and use of force, identifying which of these events occurred in overcrowded housing areas in OBCC West Facility and all other overcrowded areas housing populations higher than allowed by BOC minimum standards, number of persons in custody who have been incarcerated for more than 1 year, 2 years, and 3 years with their names and New York State ID number, and a breakdown of census and staffing plans of each facility covered by the variance.
Just a comment. I don't think that we have heard that the department is committed to this program. We can't commit the department to a policy. And I haven't heard that they're interested in maximizing numbers of discharges under 6A.
I understand, but.
Well, I'm just
I
saying.
understand your point, but this, if this resolution is successful, it's not a matter of the department's commitment. It's a matter of a condition of offering this variance. So any further questions on the motion as it is with conditions attached?
I have one question.
Yes, go ahead.
So I see we have a chart here that has the number of persons who have been incarcerated for more than 1, 2, and 3 years. I'm wondering what areas or mechanisms has the department done with the people that have been people in custody for over 3 years?
There are 150, more than 150 of them.
Yeah, like what are we doing? What is DOC doing with those people? I understand a lot of them are still going through court processes and everything. I get that, but what are you doing to help mitigate that and move that along?
Right, so those are pretrial detainees, obviously. As I've again articulated before the board before, one of the major issues in our system is the discovery laws, which you may have noticed were amended in the most recent budget. The governor pushed for that to try to accelerate cases. Nonetheless, we have a weekly meeting with our partners in the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice regarding those very issues. They work with OCA directly. We do not work with them directly. We work with MOCJ. MOCJ is working directly with the Office of Court Administration and the defender agencies to kind of come up with ways to accelerate cases. They look at exactly this, the long stayers. They look at some of the issues related to 730 hearings with respect to mental health. They look at a number of factors that they try to address with our external and the district attorney's offices, our external criminal justice partners. So again, while we have limited ability in the Department of Correction to work directly with these entities, we work with our partners in the city government to then work with these courts and the defenders to accelerate these cases as best they can.
I was just
Yes, Dr. Cohen.
I just like to add that there is another component which you didn't mention, which is bail. And the judges and the DAs are filling our jails with people who because they cannot make bail.
I mean, as you're probably aware, Dr. Cohen, back when they passed the bail reform, most misdemeanors and felonies were exempt from bail, meaning that you could only get a desk appearance ticket. So most of the people that are getting bail set or otherwise being remanded have a very serious D felony or higher pending in their charges, or have otherwise some conditions such as domestic violence, driving while intoxicated, that even, allow for the setting of bail. So, again, that's respectfully a question not for the Department of Correction, but for the courts and otherwise. No, we're here testifying. I know, we have to stand up here and reaffirm what you're kind of hopefully understanding.
Okay, if there's no further questions, we have a motion, and I believe we have a second with the amendments, not amendments, but conditions, and one amendment to from a 3-month to a 2-month variance on overcrowding. Are board members ready for a vote? Okay, I'm going to have a roll call vote. So I'm going to start with Skipper.
Yes.
Yes.
Aye.
You have to vote on the conditions.
Have to, okay, so we're not voting on both the conditions?
Vote on the conditions and then we'll vote on the motion with the conditions.
Okay, so point of order, we're voting on the conditions first. That was just read by our executive director. And so I'll reaffirm votes again. Skipper on the conditions for.
I vote yes.
Okay, Board Member Stasu. Board Member Kosia.
Yes.
Board Member Cohen.
I'm not voting in favor of this because I will be voting against the.
Yes or no, please. Yes or no, please. Yes or no, please.
We're voting. It's a yes or no. The discussion is over. Please. We can't be here all weekend. It's the same.
Yes or no, please.
No.
Okay, Board Member Pitts.
Yes.
Board Member Jude.
Yes.
And I vote yes, and the motion on condition passes. Now regarding the motion for the variance for 2 months, which includes conditions. And I'll start on the other end. Board Member Jude.
Yes.
Yes.
Board Member Pitts, yes.
No.
Cohen, no.
Yes.
Cozier, yes.
Yes.
Stottle, yes.
Yes.
Skipper, yes, and Sampson, yes. The vote passes. The variance has been approved with conditions. Thank you. Okay, we have another critical issue for the department to discuss. And now we're going to the status of the dashboard to track information regarding unscheduled sick call requests and visits pursuant to BOC minimum standards 3.02 C5 sick call records.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Dr. Kathleen Zadzora, and I'm the Assistant Commissioner of Health Affairs. As the board is aware, the Department of Correctional Health Services have been working collaboratively to develop a clinic production dashboard to facilitate joint tracking of the clinic production process, which includes sick call. Relatively speaking, this work has only recently begun, and the dashboard is being built in deliberate phases to ensure accuracy, efficiency, and long-term functionality. Once implemented, the shared scheduling platform will enhance clinic production processes, strengthening the work both agencies have already done to ensure that all people in custody have access to quality medical care. As previously reported this year, DOC and CHS have met several times to discuss the data that will be captured in the dashboard and to confirm each party's ability to collect and transmit the required data. Both agencies continue to meet regularly to ensure project milestones are being met. So again, right now, we're in the technical phase of the project. We know the board requested to see a mock-up before the end of the year, and we will check in on the status of that in the summer. As previously communicated, the department remains committed to launching the shared scheduling platform by the end of the calendar year, and we will continue to update the board as important milestones are reached. We appreciate the board's continued engagement and will provide regular updates as this initiative progresses. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Yes, Board Member Stossel. And then Board Member Jude, you had a question?
Thank you. My understanding is that there were some discrepancies between whether the dashboard that was underway included people who were making requests about sick call from DOC in addition to people who were showing up for sick call visits for CHS. Does the current iteration of the dashboard include that potential discrepancy between people requesting sick call from officers?
To reach that alignment, yes, the idea would be that whether the request is coming from as like a walk-in, so to speak, to use community medical language, as well as requests and scheduled production by correctional health.
Executive Director.
So the clinic production dashboard that's being developed with CHS will include information that's required under the board's minimum standards regarding a person in custody who walks up to correction personnel and asks to be escorted to clinic. Is that correct?
So my understanding is that that's not part of sick call per se. And I know we've discussed this at length, and I'm happy to realign with you folks offline. But the idea would be that as this phased approach of what we're building, eventually it will encompass all of these types of production. Yes.
So that's a no, it won't include the required information in the minimum standards?
I'll have to get back to you.
Okay. We've been talking about sick call for a while now. Could you just maybe, when will you get back to us on this? Because yeah, it's really getting concerning with the sick call and the dashboard. And to the end of the year, I mean, that does seem like a long time for me, but the latitude is understandable, but it does seem like a long time.
I can understand that, sir. I think it's also important to keep in mind that this process, while long overdue and I think very welcome by all parties, is a change in current processes for both the department and correctional health, right? We've been a paper-based agency for 130 years. And so while we're moving towards more efficient electronic systems, that does take time. And the department wants to make sure that we do it right.
Yes, Judge Christian.
The problem is, in the interim, we have continued non-compliance with the minimum standard. Our reading of the minimum standard, and I think it's unequivocal, is that you, the department, have an obligation independent of CHS to keep a complete record of all requests for sick call. And we see that meaning that you have to have a centralized record so that for every facility, for every unit, every PIC who makes a request for sick call. And that's what the minimum standard provides. So it's a problem when you say, well, maybe in the summer, we're going to come up with the dashboard. The dashboard, I think, is really independent of your obligation to meet the minimum standards. And when we look at these reports and the death reports that come in about fatalities here, one of the things we notice right away is, of course, people made requests. And what does the report say? The officers didn't do anything. They didn't follow up. So the problem is, number one, we need to know that there are records of those requests. This has nothing to do with taking them to the clinic. This is a question of, are requests being made and are they being timely recorded? And I don't see how we really get around this. I mean, if it has to be done manually, then let it be done manually until you have created a proper electronic system. But I think it's totally unacceptable. I mean, look, the regulation indicates adequate records shall be maintained daily, which are distinguished by housing area on a form developed by the Department of Correction. The record shall be maintained for at least 3 years and include name and number of inmates requesting sick call, name and number of inmates arriving in the clinic, and the name and number of inmates seen by healthcare personnel. I mean, the point is that there has to be some, on this issue, there has to be accountability. Because when we see, I mean, you know, all of these negatives in terms of fatalities and other problems, it's always related to the fact that it was reported, you know, and no action took place. So I think we have to address this immediately. And I don't think this is something that can wait until you work out, you know, your electronic system on the dashboard. That really is related to, you know, the second piece in terms of, you know, who's being gets to the clinic, et cetera, and what the scheduling is. But aside from that, we need to know that you're doing adequate record keeping with respect to requests for sick call. That's what it is. And that's what I think that's what the standard provides. And that is not directed at CHS. That's a departmental responsibility.
Yes, go ahead, Board Member Stassen.
Just along those lines, my understanding is that there was a resolution that was drafted along these lines, and it would make sense to have. I'm wondering if it would make sense for Executive Director Jones. I'm wondering if it would make sense to read the resolution that had been drafted along these lines.
Yeah, I don't think we're ready for the resolution just yet. I think we want more discussion. But I think we're getting close to a resolution to address this matter. Okay. So any other questions from board members? I mean, I just want to close by saying this is of great concern to this board. And we feel that all the responses around this data reporting or dashboard is not truly forthcoming. If it's a matter of data analysts or data scientists, I know some of the best in the world, truly. Some of the best. And they can get this stuff done overnight just by talking to your team. They know this is what they do. Okay, this is what they do, regardless of the manual paper. I've worked in agencies similar for years, and that's all they knew is paper, you know, and logbooks. But that transition has changed a few years ago. We're here to the age of, you know, data, you know, being generated in an instant. So I ask that you look at your timeline, that you look at collaborating further with CHS to meet the minimum standards, and Judge Corsia, he knows, he chairs the minimum standards committee, and he's been looking at this in depth, and he's really, really concerned about this as well. So I'll leave it at that for this time, but regarding the resolution, we're not there yet, but we will be there soon. And that's why I asked that the department sincerely looks at their timeline and producing something for this board that addresses the minimum standards on sick call. Is CHS joining you on a discussion on this? I know I usually bring.
I believe you have it
CHS.
as a separate item, but.
Okay, it's a separate item. Well, I know that's a separate item, but I always like to see CHS's comments on the dashboard and in the reporting. So because you're working in collaboration. So I'd like for you to hear their point of view.
Good afternoon, Carlos Castellanos, Chief Operations Officer for Correctional Health Services. As the AC stated, we've been having weekly meetings with the department. Both IT teams, DOC and CHS, has most recently agreed on 3 critical points, which is the data format, the information on these files, and the transmittal process. But just to be clear, these are only for scheduled appointments related to the unscheduled sick call requests. So we do see a lot of progress on that end. Sure, I'm sorry. So we do see a lot of progress on that end, but just to be clear, as I stated, the progress that we have made so far and the conversations that we have had weekly has been on the CHS side only for scheduled appointments. We provided files for testing and to the DOCI team folks, and we can continue to support the department as we move forward.
Thank you. Any questions for CHS on this matter? Okay, thank you. We'll move to update regarding recreation at RNDC.
Hi, Board. Once again, my name is Kevin Doherty. I'm the Deputy Commissioner of Facilities Maintenance Repair Division. The department recognizes the importance of outdoor recreation and do our best to ensure that it's available on a daily basis. We also acknowledge that there has been some interruptions in recreation at RNDC. The department is currently housing far more people in custody than anticipated. This ballooning population has impacted resources across the department, including staffing and construction, which has made it challenging to offer recreation to individuals housed at the facility on a daily basis. To ensure safety and security on the recreational yards, the department continuously assesses the factors that determine who can be commingled to minimize potential for conflict. Recreation schedules are carefully constructed with a variety of factors considered, and including blending of certain populations and individuals, the physical layout of the yard, weather, and staffing. To continue to strategize on a daily basis on how best to utilize staff to ensure recreation schedules are met at RNDC in the face of these very challenges. In response to the department-wide population increases, the department has submitted plans to SDOC that will transform our recreational infrastructure at RNDC from a single open space with limited amenities to 8 distinct outdoor zones, representing an unprecedented expansion of opportunities for meaningful outdoor activity. This strategic enhancement leverages previously underutilized spaces adjacent to existing recreational areas, allowing for simultaneous access by multiple housing units while maintaining appropriate separational protocols. Furthermore, we have prioritized the complete renovation of RNDC 2 North, which is scheduled to commence on June 1st. Which will mirror the successful transformation previously implemented at other recreational yards at RNDC. This work is expected to be completed by September 30th. It should be noted that precise commencement dates are contingent on SDOC approval and capital funding authorization, reflecting complex interagency coordination required for the projects of these magnitude. The department remains committed to constructive engagement with the board while navigating the operational security and budgetary realities inherent in our mission. We welcome the board's continued dialogue as we work together to enhance conditions for the individuals in our care. I'm open to questions.
Any questions regarding recreation?
Do you have a
Dr.
timeline
For
everything?
Well, I provided a timeline for RNDC 2 North.
I mean, for the whole island.
The whole
We're on-
island as a whole.
We're on the topic of RNDC at this point. Okay. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We'll now go into CHS updates. An update regarding CHS plan for providing clinical services to the male population housed in the 800-bed tower at RMSC.
Good afternoon. My name is Clarence Muir. I'm the Director of Health Administration for Correctional Health Services. Good afternoon, Board. In regards to the male population that's currently housed in the 800-bed unit, the GP males, CHS is providing services in the RESH main clinic. All of the male population in Rosie facility is being serviced in the RESH main clinic. We provided that information over to DOC the week of the main batch of males that was transferred over, and we clarified to them that that's going to be the area where males will be serviced until such time as an official main clinic can be created that will serve both the RESH population and the GP males. Additionally, all females will continue to be serviced in the Rosie main clinic.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Staffing for the unit that's being built out now. Is there any issues with staffing in CHS?
No current issues.
Okay. Okay, well, thank you. I think time is on your side. I think board members are a little bit one down at this time. So thank you very much.
Much appreciated. Thank you.
We'll now hear comments from the public. Jasmine will call the name of those signed up to speak.
Our first person to comment is Chaplain Dr. Victoria A. Phillips, followed by Justina Rizwinski.
Peace and blessings. Can you hear me? Okay. This is very exhausting. You know, it's like being on a hamster wheel, coming to these BOC hearings and meetings, and over the years, listening to DOC lie on the record, never really be held accountable. And, you know, as an advocate, I'm actually working in other areas to make sure that you are actually allowed to hold them accountable in ways that you are not. Checking the temperature is kind of like checking the officers for contraband, from what I heard today. You get to pick and choose what areas you actually want to go to. So really, minimum standards aren't necessarily being made sure to be followed in all areas where detainees are held. That's the problem. I'm an Army brat, a mother in a military cemetery. My parents fought for everybody on domestic soil to have their basic human rights, period. These people get paid too much money on the clock to not have proper answers and do what they are told to do following orders. DOC is a paramilitary organization. You follow the chain of command. You follow orders, period. All of y'all need to know that New York State is the third leading state in the nation for wrongful convictions. So when you speak of people being detained, speak as if they are your real community members. Speak as if they are your actual love members. And I say that even for DOC, because many times I've helped their own sons, mothers, cousins that also were arrested, sometimes even the officers. All the numbers that was given around the beds could be satisfied if they utilized 6A for the 550 that are eligible to be released. DOC is not judge nor jury. That's why we have 3 branches in our Constitution. Everybody has to play their part. They're not you, judge. They're not. They're law enforcement. They're peace officers. There's so much I could say. I just want to spend a little bit of time to thank the officers that always keep me abreast to what's going on. Again, the number is 800-929-9121. So when your union won't help you, and I say that because I've even told the former vice president of this board when drugs was coming in through the kitchen. and it still wasn't followed up. And I was given that information for an officer who wanted to do right and stop corruption. So there are a lot of different pieces to this. And I'll finish up by saying, Chair, a leader sometimes has to do what is not liked. A leader sometimes has to stand up even when others in the room will be against them. And for you to continually shut down the one person who has the most experience on this board when it comes to this department shows the lack of leadership within you. And the fact that you would let a lawyer from DOC come up and disrespect one of your board members, shame on you and shame on your leadership.
That's the purpose of comments. I'll let you speak, so.
Thank you. Justina Rizwinski, followed by Veronica Vela.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Justina Rosinski, and I'm a licensed clinical social worker. And I had the difficult responsibility of working on Rikers Island from December 2023 to September 2024. During my time there, I saw firsthand the severe and systematic failures within the facility, particularly the use of deadlocking, which I testified about before this board on October 8th, 2024. It's been 217 days since I last testified, and not a day has passed that I haven't thought about the people I was forced to leave behind at Rikers. At that meeting, the board committed to investigating deadlocking. Dr. Otanikar acknowledged hearing the term deadlocking since he started in 2017, and Dr. Subedi did not dispute my account. The board also requested a CHS report on how many individuals were deadlocked without access to medication and how such cases are escalated. That report was never shared, and the issue has since disappeared from the agendas. We need transparency and answers because people are still suffering. We've already seen devastating cases like Charisma Jones, who was left deadlocked in her cell as she died, and Joshua Vallis, who died from a fractured skull because he was deadlocked for childlike behaviors. In both cases, it was other incarcerated people, not DOC, who checked on them. And these are not isolated incidents, but signs of a systemic failure. During the October 8th meeting, Chairman Sampson stated to General Counsel Conroy that, quote, "The concern of deadlocking or any other name that you may want to call it has been a concern since I've been on this board, specifically at Rosie's and Pace that has been witnessed by me and addressed with DOC and TOR staff," end quote. So I am asking, what has been done since? What has been witnessed during recent visits to the facilities? And this is not a new crisis. It is one that has been overlooked for far too long. And I can't shake the faces of the men that I worked with, their pain, their confusion, their pleas for help that went unanswered. And deadlocking can't be ignored or forgotten. The Board of Correction is responsible for ensuring human conditions and the community demands action. We know that the Department of Investigations is investigating, but we need you to follow through on your promise from October 8th and launch your own investigation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I think because of the DOI investigation, the board has not moved further on the matters because it is an ongoing investigation. But Jasmine will clarify further.
Yeah, we have been looking into the issue and conducting an audit of the current occurrence of deadlocking, and we expect to issue a report in June. Thank you. And the next speaker is Veronica Vela, followed by Michael Klinger.
Hello again. With regards to pretty much every item we've discussed today, I must ask, do we expect DOC to meet the board's minimum standards, or will we continue to tolerate DOC's flouting of the laws? For instance, this department loves to give lip service to change, but the only changes they make are to the names they give programs. You can call SMU a management unit, but if people are routinely locked in more than 17 hours a day, it's segregated housing. The department cannot be allowed to continue its claims of eliminating solitary confinement when it continues to keep people locked in without programming, without recreation, in violation of the minimum standards and of state law. What we see in SMU, as well as RNDC, West, and NIC, is a systemic crisis. The department has normalized indefinite lockdowns and used operational dysfunction as a shield against accountability. Denying rec and programs affects every aspect of life in jail. Extended lock-ins mean not being able to access phones, to speak to family, to access sick call. All of this negatively affects a person's physical and mental health. When recreation and programming become optional, easily dispensable instead of essential, we are actively contributing to the deterioration of people in custody. I urge the board to treat out-of-cell and recreation violations as more than scheduling hiccups, but as human rights concerns that demand urgent intervention. Being locked in a cell also increases a person's chances of suffering serious effects from heat-related illness. Many people in custody, including heat-sensitive people, remain in unair-conditioned units in old cinder block cells behind solid doors where it's easy to suffer undetected because people can't see them and staff fail to round. Cold showers are useful, but consider a person locked into their cell for 23 hours a day who must rely on a staff person to come by and escort them to a shower. That person remains at extreme risk of illness. Last year, the board's heat dashboard routinely reflected indoor temperatures that soared in the 90s. The board's scrutiny of those temps ended at whether DOC complied with its own minimal mitigation plan, cups of ice and a fan blowing around hot air. These are insufficient to mitigate the risks of heat exhaustion and heat stroke. The board should reevaluate this meager plan. DOC should be required to consult last year's dashboard and identify the housing units that routinely experienced high temperatures and develop real working solutions to either cool those units or remove people from them in order to protect them from the risks of high heat. Finally, legal aid has spoken to hundreds of people in custody regarding sick call, and I have to note that CHS's dashboard will not address the main impediments to access to healthcare on Rikers, which are people who are denied access to the phones, people who ask staff to go to sick call but are denied, and the fact that staff are routinely falsifying refusals. DOC frequently refers to the fact that thousands of the non-productions each month are refusals, but we have substantial evidence that DOC documents failures to escort as refusals. Charisma Jones, for example, was documented as refusing a CHS appointment while she lay in a hospital bed at Elmhurst. One real tool of change would be requiring video evidence of these claimed refusals. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Klinger, followed by Natalie Fiorenzo.
Good afternoon again, and thank you for the opportunity to provide more comments. My name is Michael Klinger, and I'm a jail services attorney with Brooklyn Defender Services. We've all said so much today, and I think what I'd like to use this time to do is just convey what we hear from the people we represent, which is fear. And I think it's more fearful now than it has been in the last bit of time. And so a little detail there. We've heard so many reports of ongoing and serious disruption at the Rose M. Singer Center following the decision to transfer men into housing areas that have historically held women. And this includes the dissolution of young adult housing, which instilled fear in at least one person that we represent. We've heard descriptions of being abruptly moved from dorms to cells. That's a difficult and destabilizing adjustment for a person to make. And that was to make space for incoming male population, but the experience of it for the person who has to move is fearful. We've also heard of sudden relocation of the Special Consideration Unit. That houses some of the most vulnerable people in the custody of the department. We lack basic information about how these transfers are being handled, including whether the department is complying with its own rules on separating men and women in custody. The people we represent continue to report, as we've discussed earlier today, that the SMU at OBCC is an extremely violent and chaotic place. There's a lot of fear that we hear from that unit. And we continue to hear about extended multi-day lock-ins across multiple facilities, especially OBCC, during which people lose access to phones, visits, recreation, law library, showers, and this generates a great deal of fear as the people we represent feel forgotten and stuck. These are conditions that effectively mirror solitary confinement, and that is a set of conditions that Local Law 42 was obviously designed to prohibit. But Local Law 42 is currently being litigated, or whether or not to implement it is currently being litigated. And so in that context, we urge the board to recognize the very real and immediate harms created by these operational decisions, and to take whatever steps it can to protect the people who depend on your vigilant oversight for their safety and security. Thank you.
Thank you. Natalie Fiorenzo.
Good evening. My name is Natalie Fiorenzo, and I am a senior correction specialist at New York County Defender Services. The Special Management Unit is worse than RESH. It's a trap, a hamster wheel, built to torture and deeply institutionalize people on Rikers Island. The Jails Action Coalition and Bronx Defenders sent you a carefully crafted letter about the dangers of this unit, both based on correctional research and real-time events in the unit. You yourselves have seen this unit and stated that the setup will not lead to a reduction in violence. I spoke with a client last week who told me that there are about 29 people now in this unit, and it is an absolute free-for-all. From what he described, it sounds like the officers are in danger too. It's the most dangerous unit on the island, and I have yet to meet with someone or even hear of someone until today who has been able to survive there longer than 6 days. It is so dangerous in the SMU that people in custody will do absolutely anything to get out of there and sent back to RESH. Someone else I spoke to informed me that in the few days that he spent there, he witnessed someone deadlocked in their cell. Someone else told me that when he refused a strip search, the security team squeezed toothpaste all over his bed, wrote obscenities all over his paperwork, and flushed his medication down the toilet. He told me the security team does really weird shit in the SMU. This unit needs to be closed immediately. It is violating dozens of your own minimum standards and is forcing people in custody into an endless loop of infractions, enhanced restraints, and violence. Acting Warden Lisa Barnaby said it was hard to believe these PIC could excel in such a restrictive environment, but they did. My stomach is turning just reading that back. This unit is torture. Secondly, I am shocked that the unprecedented move of men into the women's facility was not its own item on the agenda today. I was just at Rosie's last week, and these are my observations. It took me 3.5 hours to see my client. One of the officers in the front told me that this was because movement has been incredibly slow ever since the men moved in. It was this officer's opinion, based on what they had been seeing since that move, that the men's needs were taking priority at the expense of what the women in Rosie's need and are entitled to. This officer told me that just earlier that day, it took a group of women over an hour to be escorted to the clinic for medical attention. They had to wait for the all clear, indicating that men had stopped moving. The men have been given the women's rec yard and the dorm housing. Almost all women in Rosie's have been forced into cells. This move is not a viable option, and it is doing exactly what this world does to women every single day, relegating them to a second-class status in their own building, no less. Overcrowding, moving women to Rosie's, this is all taking manpower, time, and effort. Why isn't the same being funneled into decarceration? This has been such a disappointing board meeting. By granting their variance request, you are facilitating overpopulation, facilitating this emergency, just like Dr. Cohen said. If there's one thing you should all know about this department, it is that if they are not forced into compliance, they will never comply. Decarceration is possible, it's just not their priority, so make it yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is remote. Eileen Marr.
Eileen, can you raise your hand? I'm going to make you a panelist. You are good to go.
Okay. Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Eileen Marr. I'm a civil rights union leader from Vocal, New York, a social worker, and a survivor of the abject hell on earth that is otherwise known as Rikers Island, where I spent over 420 days as a detainee. The fact of the matter is that in October of 2027, which is only 2 short years away, legally, Rikers must close. This fact is irrefutable and will not change. However, since the enactment of this law, the DOC, our current mayor, and even this board at times have done absolutely nothing to aid in the facilitation of said law. Count numbers continue to drift in an upward northern fashion. Programming in all of the current facilities is non-existent. Any outside programming, such as ATIs and the myriad of community programming and community services and mental health services necessary to ensure less rather than more incarceration and detainment, have been all but forgotten. In fact, the mayor, docs, and this board stood by in a nearly mute fashion as our pro-incarceration governor demanded the gutting, and got it, of our only 6-year-old bail and discovery laws, which had been working to ensure less detainment and incarceration and the keeping of families and communities together. Laws that were enacted in the aforementioned honor of individuals such as Khalif Browder and myself. And in another defiant and belligerent disregard for law, the land transfers legally mandated under the Renewable Rikers Law had not ever taken place during Mayor Adams' reign of terror over our city, despite the fact that over 90% of the landfill that is Rikers Island goes unused or misused. But hey, as long as the correction officers have their homegrown illegal bar and lounge on site that is still operating, who cares? And yes, I said corruption officers. And don't get me started on the detainee murders by those same corruption officers, the blatant and horrific violation of the PREA Act, also by those same COs, and the disgusting hyper violation of the now 4-year-old state ban on solitary confinement laws, also at the hands of the said corruption officers. I spoke with a current detainee this past weekend who verified that its continued use of solitary confinement's continued use and abuse often for periods much longer than the 3 hours or whatever is highly recommended. 3 hours as opposed to 3 months. Coincidentally, this person was a mutual friend of one of my best friends who died 4 years ago after suffering the immeasurable and deplorable horrors of solitary, a practice he first unnecessarily experienced on Rikers Island, mainly so a full-bird death could anally rape him over 60 times and no other reason. No infraction, no nothing. The BOC and the DOC in our administration must step up and expedite the concurrent planning necessary to close the island as per established law mandates and ensure a marked improvement in current DOC conditions, services, and community services, also imperative to curbing the current civil rights and humanitarian disaster that is Rikers and DOC. If you can't, hand it over to anyone who can, and just please do it already, because this is getting ridiculous. And anyone who is standing by and is supposedly an overseer like the Board of Corrections needs to also be held accountable for not complying with the law to close Rikers Island. We only have 2 years left and nothing has been done. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Our final commenter is Courtney Gross.
Hey, Courtney, are you there? Work one, but I just want to make sure.
If she left, she wouldn't be this.
I'm calling for Courtney Gross. Are you there? Raise your hand, please. Or is it New York 1? Which one is it, please? Okay, this is the final call for Courtney Gross on New York 1. Okay, we're ending it now. Thank you.
I'm sorry, ma'am, you didn't sign up, but you can speak, but go to the mic, please.
Dr. Francis Catellus.
Okay, this really will be short, but thank you very much for giving me the chance.
You're welcome.
And that is,
Bring the
when,
mic here.
oh, pull it down? Okay, sorry. When we heard what was delaying the release program, there was talk about an extensive effort to prepare someone for going home, being okay, knowing how to behave, and knowing and having the facilities to be okay. The question that occurs to me when I listen to that is, isn't that supposed to be what they're supposed to do from the moment someone comes in here? You're supposed to start the process of rehabilitation. And that's one of the reasons we keep complaining about the lack of programming. They shouldn't have to do it in the last 10 days. They should be doing it from the start. So my question is, I would hope that you would look into that as to why that is not happening. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We will adjourn the meeting now. Thank you to everyone who have attended and participated in today's meeting. The board's next meeting is scheduled to take place on Tuesday, June 10th, 2025 at 1 p.m. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Not in second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Without hearing the objection, the meeting is now adjourned.
It's at 5 o'clock. Guys, get up to go to
5:30.